Okay, here's hoping this is working. Let me know. I suppose I should have done an intro, but see, we've got just a few people here, but hopefully this is going. Gotta love the startup delay. All right. And I've got the wrong branding on this, so we'll just switch that over. There we go. Can people hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. And I think the delay on this one is pretty brutal. All right, I got a thumbs up in the chat. People can apparently hear me. So, welcome to my garage space here. This is going to be rough, folks, but we're just going to start this off. I've got I like to have a little beverage when I do some leather work. It's so long as I'm not doing anything dangerous, but right now I've got the Loch Lomond, if that'll zoom properly. It won't. 12-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey. So I'm going to have that here. And just getting this open here. How is the audio? Can people hear the audio? I've got this really badly jerry-rigged because so the last Ethernet cord I ran out here, Zora 8. And like literally she just chewed right through it. So I was going to get some conduit, but unfortunately I'm having trouble getting the conduit going. Now, I see people noting that the lighting behind me is a nightmare. My next purchases for here will probably be a ring light and something to block out behind me. I actually have something to block out behind me, so just 1 second here. Let's see if we can do this. How's that? Does that at least... I feel like that at least helped. Not great, but it at least helped. So, this is my leather sprayer here, but it is great for applying a fine mist of liquid. You can get these things at Tandy Leather. They're just a little misting sprayer thing. And one thing I will recommend is that these are fantastic for in the summer. If you want to spray your face with a light mist of water, this is fantastic. I may go back later and remove one of the bulbs because that bulb is real bright. I think it'll also help if I can get some really good illumination on my face, so some good lighting up front, because then it'll make that stuff diminish a little. All right, so I've got my Scotch poured, and I guess let's talk about what I'm doing here. Now, Uncivil, if you are in the chat, please leave the chat, or I'm about to spoil a thing for you here, because I am working on a coaster here. And now, just why there was a cutting board on top of it is I actually earlier had a cutting board and weights on top of it. And those weights were, sometimes leather can sort of curl upwards. And so that was designed to keep it flat. But what I'm working on here, I'll just get this out of my way. I have too much stuff. I got to clean up here, but some people might recognize what this is. So now I'm just putting a light coating of water on that, and that's just because I'm going to start hammering on it. When I do, you're probably going to say mute when you hammer, but we'll test that out. The reason why it needs some moisture is because you need that so that it'll properly absorb the pattern that you're hammering into it, basically. So I am talking to my laptop. Yes. Let me just see here. Yeah, maybe I can lift the... let me just see if I've got anything to lift the laptop up a little bit. This might help. You're just going to inject something under the laptop here. All right, that might help a little bit. Maybe I can tilt and maybe I can crouch. All right, so yeah, basically the people who have sort of spotted what I'm making here, I'm making sort of coasters with Uncivil's logo on them. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt as a project because coasters, you got to make a set, right? You can't just be like, hey, I got you a coaster. You got to be like, hey, I got you a set of coasters. So I'm going to have to make a few of these. Now, I have misplaced some of my little hammery things. So that's going to be an annoyance because it's been a while since I've been in here and it is an absolute mess in here. I've got to clean everything up. I should have done that beforehand, but it is what it is. The reason why the granite slab is because you're going to sort of tap on things, and you really want the granite slab to provide that weight so that you've got some inertia, basically. All right, where are my other stamps? This is going to be frustrating if I can't find those because I will not get very far. I will also be very upset because I need those. I have one stamp that I can find right now, and I need the others if I want to do this. And I find myself wondering if they might have gotten into that box that I just used as a prop. Let me just keep that. I'm going to hit mute before I start actually hitting the hammer. Oh, they are under the box. That's my problem. They're under the box that I just used to prop up my laptop and that I parked my laptop on. So before I actually start hammering, I am going to hit mute because otherwise everyone is going to have a miserable time. Now, I'm not going to do this for too long. This is largely a tech test, but it's also kind of a hanging out kind of moment. So cheers, folks. All right. Now, it's soaked up some of the liquid. I'm going to apply a little... Nope, I got to put some more water in this. Out of water. My garage doesn't have a tap in it, so I keep a little container full of water that I have to refill occasionally. My ideal house would have a large garage with a suitable faucet so that I can just fill stuff. All right. So every time I see Americans talking about the temperature it was, I'm like, oh my God, because here 20 degrees would be really hot and 75 degrees would be almost boiling. Somebody says, taking bets on the eventuality of water-laptop interaction. The water is in a container. Everything is sort of... So the sprayer is a very fine mist. It shouldn't cause me problems, but we'll have to see. I'm betting no, but otherwise I wouldn't be doing this. Yeah, that one right there. I assume the garage is heated. Yes, I don't know if you can hear it, but there is a furnace, and it is... going right now, and yeah. See, Kat Burgess is saying, I was taught to dampen the leather from the other side using the sponge. Interesting, you're doing it from the face. You can do it from the other side, and it is probably the better method to do it. But if you... that way it takes a lot longer, and you sort of can get a better result, but it's only slightly better. And this I can get started in probably a couple of minutes. I'll start hammering things. Whereas otherwise, I would basically be getting this ready in order to start tomorrow. And tomorrow you guys don't want to wait until tomorrow. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Let's get going now. So that's kind of my feeling on this. When all of this is up and running, I will probably do, and this I'm going to take down afterwards. It's not going to be available. So those of you who check it out now get to see it. Everyone else is going to be SOL. But yeah, later I'll do one just to. I'm thinking I might make a dice bag for Roll of Law, because I mean that kind of fits in, right? But I'm trying to decide between a dice bag or like a little dice tube, and yeah. But so yeah, I don't know if you guys can see these clearly. They are little, basically they're little stamps with particular patterns on them, and the way you use those is with this is a nylon mallet. It's just a little sort of hammery thing, and yeah, I'm going to do a couple of test taps with the hammer, and the reason why is so that the chat can tell me what's going on. But this is your warning. If you are wearing headphones, please take the headphones off. If you are wearing earbuds, please take the earbuds out, because I don't want to do that to you. And yeah, so please, speakers only if you're going to listen to this, but I just want to get some sort of takes on that. So how bad is that for people listening to that? Chat, let me know just how much I'm destroying people's ears here, because that's sort of important to know. Okay, I'm seeing not that bad. Okay, that's a good thing. Now, when you're using these kind of stamps, the stamp itself kind of lends a pattern. So you want to sort of stamp and change the shape as you go, and the reason, and move it around so that you don't leave obvious shapes. You want it to just be kind of an overall background, as opposed to something that looks like a bunch of sort of pear-shaped stamps. I'm seeing people are saying that it's totally doable. That is excellent news, because I was worried I was going to have people going, "Oh my God, my poor earballs," and that was not where I want to be on this. But so basically, what I'm trying to do here is this actually pushes the leather down a little bit, so the actual logo pattern, and I'm going to see if I can move this up a little bit. But the logo pattern will be raised. There's going to be some texture to this. And yeah, then I'm going to go over this afterwards and dye it. I'm going to, apply some color to it and so forth. Because, this is Kurt's logo, right? So Kurt's logo is going to be, it's purple and yellow or purple and gold. I haven't decided if I'm going to do like yellow or gold, but either way, it's going to have a. Either way, it's going to be something sort of. We don't just want it to be leather colored. Leather colored works well for some logos. Like I don't know if any of you guys have seen the axe cover I made for Rob. That one is just leather and antique. And the antique is the antique sort of settles into the recesses and blackens them, and so it darkens them up. Whereas I don't think this is really something to do antiquing on. I think that this is. I'll use a lighter antique, maybe something like this stuff. Now this webcam I'm going to have to replace because it does not do focus at all. So this is going to go. Webcam is on the replace list. But yeah, this stuff is sort of for a lighter emphasis. I might do something like that rather than, because I really want the purple color to pop on this, right? I want it to be his colors, not just leather color. And a lot of these are sort of things that I've been planning to do as sort of gifts for a while, but everything has been busy lately. And that is its own challenge. So it's been, life has been chaotic. Life has been busy. I've just been life has been too hectic. So this is kind of a nice little relaxation. This is a chill stream. So, and I see, is that Vachetta leather? This is basically the cheapest stuff you can get. I don't know if I've got the container here. This is just, Tandy sells these as a pack of 25. They're nothing super fancy, but yeah. Have I ever finished the mobile bar? I'm still drawing the mobile bar out. I haven't finished designing the mobile bar. Tater, I'm glad that that I'm doing this project and not another one, and I'll explain why one day. Do you have to seal the condensation seal it so the condensation from the drink doesn't mess up your design? Absolutely, you do. When I get done, I'm going to use, and you see all this stuff is supposed to be up there on my shelf. It's not, because I have attention deficit and I'm bad at putting things away. But this stuff is pro-resist, and pro-resist is great at sealing stuff like this. So these are going to get a very thorough coating of the pro-resist afterwards, and that's going to just seal everything nicely in there so that it you could like pour water over it and it's not going to leak or lose color or anything like that, right? Because you really don't want to give somebody a coaster that's going to ruin their table if they use it for its intended purpose. That seems counterproductive. Seems like it might be more of a prank than a gift, and this is a gift. Kurt's been a good guy. He's Kurt and I, after Alita's wedding, on the way to the airport, we got to hang out, and I really like the guy. He's a good guy. And he's one of the, his commentary on Supreme Court cases is just amazing. So, I see, I knew a guy who made leather torso armor inspired by the veteran NCR Ranger from Fallout. That sounds like a cool project. I'm actually thinking that I might do as a, as a project, I want to make Witcher armor. So akin to the costume. It'll probably be season 1 of the show armor. A lot of people say make the video game armor, but the video game armor is very heavy on the like metal and chainmail. And I'm a leather worker, not a metal worker, so I don't really want the heavy sort of metallic aspects. But Season 1's armor has a bunch of rivets. I'm going to have to spend a ton on rivets just to make that, but it seems pretty straightforward. Season 2's armor I will probably avoid because I'm a small guy. I weigh like 140 pounds. And so if I make the Season 2 armor with like the molded abs, I'm going to look stupid. I would look stupid wearing that, molded ab armor. Henry Cavill could pull that off. I can't, because I obviously don't have those abs underneath there. I'd look like one of the they make like those Hulk costumes or Superman costumes for kids with like foam muscles. That's what I'd look like if I wore that. So we're not going to do that. Now, I mentioned earlier that I had this under weights before, and the reason why is you can already see that it's curling a bit, right? That it's got this, and we don't want that in a coaster. We don't want a coaster that, doesn't lay flat. So after I'm done with this, I'm going to sort of soak it again and then press it down. So it's going to sit overnight with weights on it, and then that should hopefully flatten it out again. And then, because, it's not ideal if your coaster doesn't sit flat. And every once in a while, I'm going to do that. Give it a little bit more to drink. I see this process looks like a great candidate for some CNC-style automation, like a CNC router with a reciprocating peener instead of a rotary cutter. The way they do this, if they're automated, is they just have one big stamp that comes down and just presses the whole design at once. Which, there's advantages and disadvantages to that. You don't get the same sort of tooled look to it. You probably could get the same sort of tooled look with a CNC design, but then I wouldn't get to do it. So, somebody one day will design one. So, but I'll still be out here doing this by hand. And you can see this is a little laborious, but you also need to be careful because one of the wonderful things about leather, and I say wonderful in scare quotes, once you do something to the leather, you can't undo it. And so what that means is that if you stamp somewhere and it's a wrong stamp, you just can't fix it. You just, you're stuck with it. You might be able to sort of cover it up or figure out another way to do it, but often it's just the whole project can get ruined by, slipping your stamp in the wrong place. And that's not such a big deal when you're talking about something like this where it's a coaster. If you're doing a larger piece, that's a bigger deal. I see my husband made me a quiver that he dyed, but I sometimes get a green streak from the strap across the front. Any recommendations on color bleed prevention? You should talk to your husband about what he did to seal it. Because if it's oil sealed, there's probably not a whole lot you can do with it. It's just going to, have some issues over time, and it is what it is. But for a lot of things, you can, you might be able to go and put a resist or a, there's all sorts of resists and finishes that you can apply to it. And so what I would suggest is maybe take it into your local Tandy Leather or, your local leather shop and, go from there. Somebody says, am I working from memory or do I have the image up somewhere? I've actually got it already cut in on this. I don't know if you can see it clearly, but I've actually got cuts already made on this. Now, another one that I've got that's in progress, you can see right here. Not very well because of focal distance. This camera is going to have to get replaced by one that does focusing. But what I did is I traced on this one, and I can show you how I do that. I got his logo right here. I printed this out, and basically I just plug this on and I trace. Somebody says show the swivel knife. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to set up a second camera thing. Looks like my webcam is... I'm toning down the audio because it looks like I'm coming in hot. Let me just set up a second scene here. Scene 2. So, scene 1, I'm going to take the computer webcam. I am going to copy... and I'm going to duplicate. Yes, somebody else is saying that there is an issue with that, so that's not ideal. But Video capture device. Add existing. Computer webcam. There we go. All right. Can you guys see? Is it doing the... There we go. Somebody says, what happened to his face? All the hairs fell out. So this is the swivel knife. And this is the expensive swivel knife because this one is a Barry King swivel knife, and it's not cheap. I can show you a cheaper swivel knife. So this one is a Tandy Leather swivel knife, which is substantially less expensive. They're both the same idea, but basically the way they work is they sit there and then you can turn them. And this makes it a lot easier to work and deal with those sort of tight cuts. All right. Somebody says, what happened to his face? My wife did not like that. You mentioned making a dice bag or tube. For the tube, are you thinking essentially foldable bag? I've got a couple of designs that I'm thinking, and one of them is basically one of them is essentially like just a leather cylinder with a cap on each end, and the cap on the far end would be one that you could take on and put off. So that's kind of the thought. Did my Black Friday purchase arrive yet? That was for leather making. I've got a leather clicker coming, and the leather clicker is to allow me to use certain leather punches, like this one, more easily, but it is not here yet. So that is on its way. When it comes, there should be some projects that I can do that I will have more ability to do and make not look terrible. So including, it'll be really easy for me to knock out wallets, I hope. I'm also hoping to be able to knock out keychains a lot more easily, because if I can make keychains easily, then maybe I can send those out as, like, you know, just thank yous to people. I feel like that's a good way to go. I'm thinking I may... Rob's got a subscriber tier where he makes you something every year. I may set up a subscriber tier like that, where there's a... I will make you a leather thing each year, sort of thing. It would just be something small. Maybe like a coaster set, although a coaster set's actually a surprising amount of work if you do it like this. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just... I'd probably say something like, if you subscribe, I will send you something at some random time each year. Just because. But let's... this. So the ideal is you don't want the sort of the stamp shape to be really super visible. You see, no matter what anyone says, we're chatting live with a guy about leather. This is still Star Trek level technology for me. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Star Trek eliminates hobbies and this kind of casual stuff, then it's not worth doing. But I like that we can... When I grew up, it would not be possible to have this at all. Somebody says, what stamp are you using at the moment? It is the Tandy ZA 104, which is just a... it's kind of a teardrop shape, and it's flat, and it's textured. So it is... And it's small. The reason why I'm using the small one is that it lets me get in and around these tight corners. Because if I was using a big stamp, I'd end up over-stamping on something I don't want to stamp. And that would make me very, very sad, because I've already put a fair bit of work into this coaster. And I don't want to be in a situation where I'm tossing this coaster in the trash because I screwed up. And... I have a whole bin of scraps of stuff that I was like, yep, this was going to be cool. Then I pooched it. So that happens a fair bit. I see the shipping for you would cost a lot. Make sure that membership covers that cost. I don't want you sending things to put you in your debt. More people would want it than you think. I would probably put a limit on it, like, limit of 4 people or something. And yeah, just say like, hey, if you've been on this, for however long, I'll send you something. Because, yeah, and I mean, if they're small projects, the shipping hopefully won't be too bad. Although shipping from Canada to the US sucks. Shipping from Canada to Australia sucks even worse. So that D&D dice bag / pouch idea sounds great for my kid's metal dice set. I actually am so my attention deficit brain right now just went to the idea of like a belt pouch thing I've seen these with like test tubes full of liquid. But if you had a belt pouch with like 4 rows of tubes of dice, that would be fantastic. And Secret McSquirrel is saying, I still want to buy that thing you did the week. I think she's referring to this thing. So, yeah. What's a good leather project that's easy-ish to do and has satisfying results? That's a good question. It really depends on what you're looking to do. I mean, what I might suggest as a fairly simple one is a belt. Belt isn't too hard. Now, I will say that if you're doing a belt, don't do something that has a lot of repetition. Do something that has an edged border, and that's it. And then practice the edge border before you start in on the belt. A notebook cover is also a great idea. Those are pretty simple to do. Coasters aren't a bad idea, especially if you go for a simpler pattern than the one I'm doing right now. All of those I think are entirely workable designs. If you go to like a Tandy Leather, they also sell kits. And those kits aren't bad for things like they'll have like a knife knife sheath kit and those kinds of things. All of those are decent ideas. So basically I would say pick something that doesn't have too many pieces. Don't pick this. This was a pain. And this I've got to auction off at some point. Maybe I'll do it on like a live stream just to be like, hey, let's auction this off. I need to decide because I'm not super satisfied with the Twitter auction, because the Twitter auction sometimes people are not seeing what the most recent bid is. How about a wrist brace for bow hunting? Yep, that's a pretty simple project. My wife is a Girl Guide leader, and she has taken her guides through making leather bracers. So, I feel like if they can do it, we can do it, although sometimes kids are a lot more talented than you think. And Kristen M96 saying it got confusing. Yeah, the Twitter auctions are not great. I want to figure out a better way of doing the auctions that doesn't create that kind of hassle. But I mean, I better get on that because we're running out of year here. So it's kind of my feeling on this. If anyone has ideas, that'd be fantastic. I see I'm doing herbalism and inscription, but leatherworking is cool. Do you plan to pair it with enchanting? I am, yeah, not so much. Declaring the currency in the Twitter auction was weird. Yeah. I say, hey, Ian, join me in my makerspace. Shoot me some details about that, because, yeah. I found a Dremel. Is it this one? I've got a Dremel right here. They're actually quite useful for certain parts of the leatherworking process. One of the dangers of leatherworking, like all things, is that you will, over time, tend to need more and more stuff. Or not need, but want more and more stuff. Like, it really doesn't kind of end. There's no place where you're just like, hey, this is perfect. Now, you see how I'm sort of having to redampen this? Somebody mentioned the other method of soaking it, and if I had done that other method, I wouldn't have to redampen it quite as often. So, can I do an auction from the community tab? I don't know. YouTube also tends to have a lot of rules about what you can do, and I don't know if they'll be happy if I'm selling something on YouTube. So, I made my son's velvet dice bag for Christmas. That is awesome, because, yeah, that is pretty... I think it's important to have these kind of crafty hobbies. The problem is that everything's getting so expensive. Like, I go in and it's easy to drop $100 at the leather shop, and that's not for a whole lot of stuff, right? It's real easy, and people are having trouble affording their groceries. I'm worried that there's a lot of people who just can't afford to survive, let alone this stuff that we do that helps us thrive. Like, I mean, it's, people say, oh, you don't have to do this or you don't have to do that. And it's like, well, sure, but if I don't, get to do this stuff that I enjoy, what kind of life am I living, right? Am I enjoying things to my full potential? And I'm worried that there's a lot of people who are really not getting that kind of fulfillment, because how do you afford it in the modern era? See, that's why stuff on Etsy has gotten so much money too. I mean, yeah, handmade stuff is expensive, and nowadays on Etsy you're competing with all the drop shipped garbage. And so, like, I've tried selling stuff on Etsy. The problem is, you're like, handmade coaster set, $50. And people go, well, I can get that, a leather coaster set on AliExpress or on Amazon for much cheaper. And sure, you can get a cheaper coaster. It's just going to be, less good. You can't get this sort of handmade stuff. And, you can't even afford the materials for what people are selling the drop ship stuff for. So, I mean, I've had people say, oh, you should, do leatherwork commissions. I'm like, I would go broke. I would go broke trying to convince people to pay even just the materials cost of some of this stuff. So that's just kind of my feeling on that. Secret McSquirrel, do I want a hot chocolate? Well, now I want a hot chocolate. So, yeah. Auction by donation to Stollery. I bet their IT people would be willing to help out tracking bids and time windows from the activity logs. I bet they would. The ADHD brain needs an outlet for focus. I really think we do, right? I think that it's kind of important that some of these activities sort of help reset my brain so that I can focus later on other things. And I feel like that is critical to be able to do that. So, see, I love hobbies. I'm doing the 5D diamond art, and I'm giving them as gifts. That is awesome. Most of my leatherwork stuff I give away. People ask me, will you sell stuff? And it's like, I don't really want to be the guy who takes commissions, because if I take commissions, then you gotta, do it to a certain standard, and you've gotta make sure that, make sure it has no little defects, because you'll get people going, hey, why isn't this perfect? And it's like, well, because it's made by an idiot in a garage, and this isn't my primary, this isn't my day job. You know, I'm never going to be as good as the guys who do it full time, and you know, and that's okay too, right? It's not everything has to be. You don't have to be the best at everything. That's one thing that is a good life lesson, because really, if you look far enough around the world, you probably won't be the best at anything. Let's see, do you use chamois or dressed buckskin? I have. Yep. Is this going to be saved? As much as I want to watch Christmas gifts are waiting to be made in the craft dungeon, probably not this one. I'm probably going to take this one down because it's real rough. This is probably a watch it now and then it'll go away later. I'll tell you what, I will set it to Kristen M96. I will set it later to unlisted. And then I will send you specifically the link. Shoot me a Twitter message to remind me. Yeah. If I'm working on sound at all, turn down the gain. Yeah, let me try to see about doing that. Is this any better? It is. It was redlining out. So, yeah, I see. Can I just hide it? Yep. Valhalla waits. Runkle, what the hell is it? This is my gaming and geekery channel. So I am doing some, you know, just geek stuff here. That's all we're doing. This is kind of a chill, non-politics channel. But yeah, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to do a live stream at some point where I'm thinking I'll make a dice bag. And then when I make a dice bag, I can do a stream about that, and people can tune in, and then that's kind of on brand for the, you know, the Roll of Law channel here. Whereas this is a Christmas gift. So, see, oops. This is super cool. I wish I had the space to do something like this without getting complaints from my apartment neighbors. Yeah, this is not a quiet hobby, and there is a way that people can do this a little quieter. What you would do if you wanted to do this sort of in stealth mode is you actually get like a press, and the press allows you to then, instead of having to tap it with a hammer. Some people have said that that's a method that works for them. I have actually never tried it. But I will say, my wife does not let me do this in the house because it's just too noisy. So, Roll of Law, can you unlist but make available for others the vid you did on the other channel with David, or put it on here? I think I did. I got to move it over. So, yeah, that's got to get moved over. Just as a project for later, I will check on that. So just trying to. Somebody's asking, could I make a leather bag for a tarot deck? Yeah, that wouldn't be too hard. You just need sort of dimensions, and then you just sort of make the shape. That can be either done as like a soft bag or as like a harder case. Either of those are more than doable. I can only see 2 houses from my house. I wouldn't have an issue. Yeah, if you're living somewhere rural, but I usually do a lot of my leatherworking kind of late at night. And if I'm doing leather work at like 2 a.m., then my wife is super unhappy if I'm doing that and she is trying to sleep downstairs. That does not work for her. So what is this piece of leather for? This is coasters. This is actually a gift for Uncivil Law. And so I'm going to just bring up the sort of cruddy webcam here, but it focuses a little better. So you can see it's going to be the Uncivil Law logo, right? That's what that's going to be. So I am making, it's going to be a set of, I think, 4 coasters at the end of it. And then I will make a little case for them so that it can sit somewhere and look attractive and not be like a loose pile of coasters. And then I'm going to send that to them. So I've got gifts planned for a bunch of people. I've got something planned for Nick Ricada. I've got something planned for Emily. I've got something planned for Hogue. I've got some. I already gave Rob something. I got something planned for Scott. I got all these plans. The problem is like it takes a while to make things, so all of these plans are going to be slow. But I do have plans, and I want to make these things, and yeah, that's. This is one thing I kind of like about Leatherwork is that I can make stuff and then I can send it to friends and so forth. I got something planned for Secret McSquirrel. I got something planned. It's just going to take a while, so I got something planned. Getting wet from condensation won't warp them. When they're done, they're going to get sealed. So the leather is going to be protected with an impermeable end on that. If I wasn't chatting with you guys, how long would it take me to finish a coaster? Still a good long time. These things take a fair bit of work to do. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, interrupting to check the chat does slow me down. But I mean, this isn't fast as a process. It's, I don't know. I mean, let's say conservatively an hour for each coaster. Conservatively, like if I don't think that there's any way for me to actually get one done in an hour, but let's sort of guess that. And so 4 hours, let's say another 2 hours to, or another hour to make the case for them at the end of it. So, yep, tough. So, when is the next Stars Without Number game? I'm trying to get it scheduled. There's a whole bunch of us. We all are busy, or at least most of us are busy. So it's a matter of getting all this done. And my government keeps blowing up my schedule because they keep doing stupid legal things. So then people want commentary on it, and I got to get that out. So more videos to make than I have time for. We are doing Burke and Hare on Wednesday. That'll be fun. That should be a good one. Check that out. Me, Scott Cardinal, and Rob will all be on that stream. And I'm kind of excited on that. I see Ian is making this look easier than I'm sure it is. This part isn't too bad. Like the tooling, this is a pretty simple pattern. There are people who are much better at this than I am, and a lot of this is you just learn as you go. That's just kind of the way things are. See, am I going to stitch the border? I am not. This one I'm going to. This one I'm just going to leave as sort of an unstitched but sort of raised border. So yeah, stitching on a coaster doesn't work all that well, in my experience. If it was a belt, I might stitch. If you ever are inclined to stitch a belt, just let me know. Stitching a belt is going to eat your entire life, because stitching the border of a belt is a project. It takes a while. How do wax and leather get along? Pretty well. There's a lot of products that you use for leather have wax in them. So I've got a thing of beeswax based leather product right here, Canadian Bee Seal, and I use that. You want to get stuff that's used for leather, though. And that's sort of a good thing. How long did the dragon scale belt take all up? A long time. Long time. Does it weatherproof it? Yes. That is a good use for wax, although you really want to get like a weatherproofing compound for that. There's different sort of compounds you can use. Each of them has their own strengths and weaknesses. And so, yeah, I've got like 5 or 6 different things. What's a good way to get mold off leather? Fire. Unfortunately, once leather gets mold in it, it doesn't really get out. One of the things you can do is get vinegar in it. And so one of the things I have done to sort of save a leather project is to soak it in a dye called vinegaroon. And vinegaroon, I've got a jar of it. Vinegaroon is vinegar plus rust, like some iron. And so you often make it with like vinegar plus steel wool. And it's a very, it's a black dye. So what you end up with is black. But the vinegar can kill off the mold. But otherwise, like the mold just grows in the leather. And often mold is the enemy of leather, unfortunately. So some projects you can save. A lot of things you can't. One of the projects I want to do is I've got a knife, and I've actually got it right here. This thing, cool looking knife, but it came with a very poorly made leather sheath for it, and I say poorly made because it was clearly somebody's. It was made by an amateur. That's it. But it wasn't very good, and then it ended up getting moldy. And yeah, somebody asked if I made horse tack. I have not, and I don't know enough about horses to really be comfortable doing that. Somebody wanted me to make a saddle at one point, and that is like easily a couple hundred hours of work to make a full saddle. And B, I don't know enough to make. One of my rules until I'm better with all of this is that I don't make stuff that is potentially life-threatening. So a saddle, if you fall off a saddle, you could die. The other one I don't make is holsters for actual firearms. I've made several holsters for airsoft stuff because, you know, if your holster deforms and causes your airsoft gun to fire into your thigh, then no big, right? Like, oh well, I shot myself in the thigh with an airsoft gun. Big whoop. If your holster goes bad and causes you to shoot yourself in the thigh with a 9mm, that's a bit of a bigger project. So we're not doing that. I see my straps for my medicine bag have disintegrated. Any suggestions for repair? Not too hard to make straps. The bigger challenge is going to be to make them look good with the original thing, especially because if it's something like a medicine bag, it probably gets a fair bit of use. And that use will age and patina it. So what you might want to do is you might want to make them as contrast material. And so what I mean by that is if you intentionally make the straps look different, then they don't look so bad as if they're supposed to look the same and just look a little bit off, if that makes sense. So, yeah, that's kind of the thought there. I see, I used to make bridles and halters, hours of work. I can do repairs, but saddles and things that hold saddle to horse, you can buy cheaper. Yeah, the thing is that there are people who make sometimes substantial money making saddles, But the thing is in order to get somebody who wants to buy a leather saddle like that, it's going to have to be like a custom, heavily tooled, very fancy piece. And those things go for tens of thousands. And I'm not there yet. I'm not selling any of this for tens of thousands. So this is just this is a real simple pattern, right? It's basically got two levels of texture, down and up. Other stuff, we just pull out something I've got here. I don't know if you guys can see this. This is something that is for a project. I've got a purpose for this. It's got something I'm going to do with, but this is more fancy tooling. And there's a few of them in here. I got that one. I've got this one. And I've got this one. Each of these, I've got something that it's like, I'm going to do something with these. But they are substantially more complicated overall. So these are simple because, let's face it, a lot of the time, somebody's coffee cup is going to be sitting on these. So now I'm just going to express a little bit of frustration. I bought this leather mallet, and the nut on it keeps coming loose. My next big leather purchase is going to be a really nice leather mallet. But that'll be a ways out. But yeah, that'll be my next purchase. It's a really nice leather mallet, and yeah. So you see, have Rob make you one. It's not a bad idea on the handle, but it's got to have sort of a heft to it, and these are like nylon, the end on that. I use soft leathers I like to wear, not for it to wear me. Yep. Is that marble you're working on? This is granite. Pro tip, if you are looking into getting into leather work, you can go to Tandy Leather or the like, and they will sell you a stone like this for like $50, and $50 is, leatherworking stuff is not cheap, but I am. So when I saw that, I was like, I bet I can get a flat rock somewhere else cheaper. So where I went is to a granite countertop place. And some granite countertop places keep their scrap bin locked up. But you can probably find one that doesn't. And a lot of them are just entirely happy with you just scavenging crap out of their bin because they pay to have this stuff carted away. Like, it actually costs them money to get rid of their scraps. So you can just go in and you can see how the edges here are not even, right? This is not a... So I just went and got this granite countertop out of their throwaway bin. Easy peasy. I see pro tip: go to Tandy and get a stone block. Yes, but then you're going to pay money for it. This one I got for no money, and no money is better than some money. And so, yeah. When my wife's Girl Guides were doing a bunch of stuff, they needed 8 blocks because there's a bunch of girls, so it was like they need a bunch of them. I wasn't going to go to Tandy and be like, hey, I want to buy 8 blocks. I just scored them out of a bin. It cost me nothing. The other place where you might be able to get stuff, nope, Tandy does not give them away. They sell them for money, substantial money. The other place, and I want to go to one of these at some point just to get a really heavy-duty block. This is going to be a little morbid. Headstone. Headstone like headstone carvers. Sometimes, like if they're sitting there and they, their great aunt, Methel. It's like, oh wait, no, Methel wasn't her name. Ethel is her name. So now that can't go out to the the cemetery, right? The family will be real upset if it sounds like the tombstone is suggesting she had a meth habit, even if she did, which happens. So they want to get rid of those too, and so often they will sell those for like for nothing or for like a small price there. What's the design you were working on? This is Uncivil Law's logo for a coaster set. So, yeah. I see Tandy thinks highly of their tools. Tandy tools are okay. Tandy tools are they're good entry-level tools, and you know what? Most of my tools are Tandy tools. They will not disappoint you, and I will tell you, at one point, one of these, I got a defective one, and it bent. And I brought it in and said, hey, look, this thing's got a bendy angle. And they said, cool. And they took it from me and handed me a new one, and I walked out the door with it. So, I mean, I feel like that, not only are their tools, solid and work, but I feel like when a company stands by their stuff, that earns me, that earns a lot of regard from me personally. Like, I really appreciate it when a company is willing to say, yeah, okay, we sold you a bad thing, we're going to get you another one. Lots of companies out there just don't stand by their stuff. And, I mean, I don't blame a company for having a bad product. Everybody's got manufacturing glitches. Everybody's got, but I do judge companies about what they do about it, right? So, yeah. Now, if you want to get into leather tooling, you pretty much have to buy leather because there isn't really a good source that I know of for, like, upcycled or recycled or getting around that kind of thing. You can buy sort of inexpensive grades of leather for practice, but if you want to do like garments and so forth, you can you can recycle like old jackets and stuff and whatever else. I found one. I made something out of a jacket that was at Value Village, and it had like what looked like a stab hole in it. Yeah, I worked around the stab hole, but all the rest of it was good. So, yeah, I see Not Sarah. Recall Ian telling his tale about dumpster diving, rescuing granite blocks for craft work. Didn't he hurt his back a bit jumping off the blocks in it? Yeah, I had like, this was for the Girl Guide, so I had like 4, granite blocks in my hands, and I jumped off the dumpster onto the ground, and I felt that. I felt it. It sucked. Learn to tan. I would like to. I actually, I want to make some equipment for doing brain tanning, which, if you got kids listening, you should, be cautious because what I'm about to say is a little bit gross. But, what do you call it? Brain tanning is done with actual brains. So quite literally, if you shoot a deer, you'd be like, I'm keeping the hide, but I'm also keeping the skull. And the skull, basically for most animals, the brain of the animal is enough to tan it. So you throw that in a blender and you're going to want to get like if you do this, you need to get a blender that you don't ever use for food again. So like Value Village for a blender. And yeah, and then that's what you do. I see Valhalla Wait says, I could supply you goat hides, but I don't think anyone would ship it. That's kind of cool. I don't know where you're from, though, and so forth. Brains is supporting this message. Yes. Yeah. Every animal should have enough brain to tan it. Yes, this is true of just about every animal except politicians. So, yes. Is a leather mallet like a regular mallet? I have one that has a wooden handle and a 2.5 pound rubber head. I would buy one that is specifically for leather work. And the reason why is like you don't want to use a metal mallet, like a metal hammer. You will mess up your tools. And you don't want to use one that's too heavy. The cheapest ones you can get are this. Just a plastic hammer. They work. I mean, this was the first mallet I have. It's not my preferred mallet anymore, but I mean, you saw me just take it off my tool rack, right? So it's not like I threw it out. You don't want to get one that's too heavy, and I don't know what too heavy is in this context, so I can't say if 2.5 pounds is too heavy or not. Yeah, and I see Not Sarah is saying leather hammers are hardwood or nylon. Sometimes they can be leather themselves, but yeah, they're not metal. That's the important thing. They can be plastic. So. And I see the why politicians' brains is virtually unused. Yeah, but the atrophy. At one point, I opened up a like a walnut, and it had shriveled inside, so it was like this little tiny dried out thing in the walnut. I feel like that's what happens if you open a politician's skull. Is you just go in there and you're like, huh. So. Don't test this on your local politician. I feel like I have to say that. Unless you're doing an autopsy, in which case that would be expected. How long will it take me to finish one of these? A while. Because after this, after I do all the hammering and so forth, then I'm going to do dyeing and painting, because this one I'm going to paint as well. Then I'm going to seal it in a layer of Pro Resist. Then I'm going to go over it with something to sort of accentuate the edges and so forth. And then I'm going to seal it again. So there's a whole lot of steps there. Hey, man, that field of medicine is kind of fascinating. I mean, if I went to med school, they'd be going, what do you want to do? And I'd be like, coroner. And they'd, what? I want to do autopsies. And there's two reasons. One, autopsies would be, I think, fascinating because everything that comes in is a puzzle, right? Everything that comes in is solve a problem, figure this out. But the other thing is that the worst thing about law is often client management. Clients are often the worst. Clients, they may have unreasonable expectations. They may have mental health issues, especially in criminal law. And then I hate sending them a bill, right? Billing clients is always a sad thing because you're talking about people who may not have a whole lot of resources. Then you're like, by the way, I need you to come up with, however many $1,000. That I hate. Autopsies, your clients are not chatty. They never have a complaint. They never get upset or anything like that. And you bill everything to the government. So happy days. And And if the government doesn't pay, you just give them the client back, and I bet they'll. I bet that would motivate them to want to get that cleared up. I see who pays for the autopsy. Almost always that'll be the government. I think. I feel like the government is the usual payor on that. So, yeah. A body is a story? Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, things, sometimes autopsies get really, you know, interesting in the sense of like, hey, this guy was shot, but, you know, that's not what actually killed them. There have been a few really interesting autopsies on that. Yeah, you can't bill to the clients because the clients would stiff you. That's a great joke, Andrea. That's fantastic. Have a great night, Secret McSquirrel. That's fantastic. Yeah. Postmortems are fun when doing one. Dissecting the organs gives plenty of info for cause of death. Have done plenty. That is fascinating. I see Cat Burgess, except for when the autopsy starts and it turns out the person ain't departed yet. I mean, let me put it this way. No one lives through their own autopsy. If you don't wake up and say, hey, I got a problem with this, like, the autopsy eventually ends with your brain in a jar, so in a lot of cases. So there's actually a really funny transcript out there, and I don't know if it's fake or not, but it's of a lawyer having like a not great mental day because he's trying to cross-examine this doctor, and he's saying, oh, could the patient have been alive when you started the autopsy? And the doctor says no, and the lawyer says, well, why not? And he says, well, his brain was in a jar on my desk, and so the lawyer asked the follow-up question, but couldn't he have been alive? And the doctor sort of, the doctor is clearly realizing he's being asked a very stupid question. And he says, well, I suppose he could have been alive and practicing law somewhere. Which, pro tip for lawyers, never give the witness an opportunity to dunk on you that hard. So, yeah. I see there's been at least one occasion when that happened. With the first cut, the blood flow is a giveaway that the ticker is still ticking. Yeah, if they're not sort of jellied on the inside, then, if they actually start having pumping blood, that is a stop everything moment. That's a, whoa. Is this actually my patient, or is this an intern who decided to take a nap somewhere really dumb? Gotta go, but really enjoyed this live. Have a good rest of your day/night, everyone. Well, have a great night, and thank you for joining us here. I once asked a 98-year-old doctor how he was doing. He told me how his entire adult life he'd been diagnosing organ failure and how terrifying it was knowing exactly the moments he was in mortal peril. I feel like that's a little bit too much knowledge. See, House Hippo, I would love to watch an autopsy someday. Me too. That would be awesome sometime to watch an autopsy. I don't know how I could ever make that happen, but if it were possible, I would love to watch an autopsy and just, stay out of the way, but ask lots of questions. Probably annoy the ever-loving pee out of the coroner as I'm like, what are you doing now? Why are you doing that? But I mean, sometimes that's how we learn. I also suspect autopsies have a smell to them, so yeah. So long as you respect the body, absolutely. I think that's important. I feel like that is critical, especially with things like bodies that we use for, when you donate your body to medical science, which often means it's going to some frat kid who's in med school, who's going to cut it up to learn how to learn what people look like inside, which is important because I feel like your surgeon, his first time shouldn't be on an actual person who is alive and so forth. Feel like the surgeon should at least have seen the inside of a person before they're seeing the inside of a live person. This is only handled one case in labor law, which included death. Poor guy was cleaning a silo that was supposed to be empty. Then a cake of quicklime fell on him. Ooh, that's brutal. Told my family. Yeah, I've seen some bad cases around silos too. I'm just going to take a shortcut across the grain. That's a bad route. I see. Would you be willing to start a leather project that you could teach us? I would be willing to pay. I would be happy to do a leatherworking project that I could teach everybody how to do it. My dice bag project that I'm thinking of basically would start out with sort of a let's do this in an instructional fashion. So here's the leather I'm going to be using. Here's the tools I'm going to be using, and here's here's how we do this in a way that you can hopefully follow along. So hopefully, when I get that going, it'll be a video where just about anybody could sort of watch through it and be like, "All right, yeah, I could do this project," because I feel like teaching is a good thing and sharing knowledge. He says, I now know why Ian is hosting the Burke and Hare trials of the century this week. I mean, yeah, it's actually a fascinating case. It's creepy. It's historically important because, in fact, if you're in med school, you owe things to Burke and Hare. Like Burke and Hare actually contributed to the development of science in their own messed up way. And we'll get to that. I see, what are you spraying on that? Just pure water. This is just tap water, and it's just to help keep it to the right degree of moistness to work here. And I see we've got Rob in the chat. Hey Ian, so what you making? I am making coasters. And don't tell Uncivil, because these coasters are uncivil law coasters. They are going out to him as soon as they're done. But we're a ways away from them being done. So it's a secret project that I'm live streaming. But I did tell Uncivil in your chat, don't come onto my live stream unless you want to ruin a gift, which might be a Christmas present, but might be arriving late because I got so much stuff to do and these take a while. Somebody says I've come a long way on this one. Yeah, but it's still gonna take a while longer yet. So, yeah, it's a secret project that's broadcast on the internet. Really, all of the world can know about it except for one person is really what it comes down to. And even there, if he knows that it's coming, it's not gonna, I don't think it'll ruin anything too much. Surprise is overrated. See, could you make 2 coasters with his full logo and 2 of cowboy hats or something simpler and faster? I could. Tell you what, I will do 2 of his full logo, and then I'll decide. Maybe a cowboy hat might not be an unreasonable thing to do as another one. The cowboy hat's actually not a bad idea on that, because then... but I mean, I kind of like this idea of a set of 4 that match. It's tough to say. Rob says, I can tell you need a new mallet. That tin tapping sound is horrendous. I mean, this is a nylon mallet. So I don't know how much they should weigh. I'll have to look into that and get back to you. But you don't have to. So, yeah. Yeah. So I'll have to have a look. I mean, I'm probably going to buy a better mallet at some point. Because, yeah. Scotch is kind of an interesting. This is the Loch Lomond 12-year, and it's, I think, the first Scotch I've had that is both kind of, it's not heavy peat, it's kind of medium-low peat, but it's got a distinctive peat taste with the fruitiness that you get with some Scotches. So it kind of is hitting me in on both ends of that, and I'm kind of digging it, actually. Yeah, the first, not going to lie, the first sip I had of it, I went, don't like this. That was my first reaction, was just like, don't like this Scotch. It's growing on me. And then I've got all of an ounce of it, so, yeah. So Nicholas Starrow, to answer the Sir Strawman question, it's two distinct odors. If you aren't prepared, the result is somewhat equal, but death smell you can't forget. Nicholas, I've got a question. I bought a can of Surströmming about a year ago, and I never got around to opening it. And I didn't realize that it had to be stored in the fridge, or else it would continue to ferment. So it was stored in a cupboard. Should I throw it out, or should I try to eat it? If I should throw it out, I will buy another one. Because I feel like I should do a Surströmming stream at some point, but a Surströmming taste. Also, I just kind of want to try it. Believe it or not, I like weird food. But when I do a Surströmming, I want to do the. I want to do one where I do it properly, like not the, I'm going to open this in my car because I'm an idiot. I want to do one where it's like, I open this underwater, outside. I've got little potatoes. I've got like the flatbread. I've got all of that. So, yeah. I see, who would you throw it at? I mean, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but... Is he making the Fiegel family crest? No, I should make a Fiegel family crest. That's an excellent idea. But I am making an Uncivil's channel logo. So I don't know. I feel like I might like Surströmming. I like sort of strong flavors. I like anchovies. Deluxe, good evening, Ian. Super cold out there. Didn't get my deer tags filled. Pretty bummed. Yeah, I mean, when it gets that cold, the deer kind of hunker down, and then it's not the greatest. I can one-up you, though, Deluxe. I didn't get my elk tag filled. So I feel like we're in good company for sad face on that one. House Hippo says it can't be any worse than that canned chicken you had. I bet it can. I bet it can. So when Rob agrees to come out there, then yeah. I see if the tin is still tin formed, it's okay. If it buckles up on both flat sides, it's still eatable, but it will squirt the juice. If the tin is round, then no. The tops of it are rounded, but the tops of it were rounded when I got it. So I don't know. Let me know if that's... Maybe I'll have to send you a picture just to be like, hey, is this okay? Eric, non-idle, hey, Ian, I'm actually editing a leatherworking video right now, incidentally. That's awesome. that is good stuff. Shoot me a link if you post that up online. I will check it out. Somebody asked, when I'm doing this without the stream, do I listen to, what do I do? Depending on what I'm doing, I will either play music in the background, which I can't do when I'm live streaming it because YouTube would have opinions about that. But if I'm doing something real loud, I use these. These are ear protectors, and they've got a radio built into them. So sometimes I'm just listening to the radio through the ear defenders because sometimes stuff is loud. Why are we debating the tin shape of fermented fish? It's nuclear waste and should be buried deep in a mountain. Rob, when you come out, we should totally do a surströmming taste test. You've already done Malort. So we could do a surströmming dinner. And I think you'd probably like that one better than trying to do like a Hot Ones challenge with me. Because that's the other thing I'm tempted to do is, what is it? Hot Ones sells like their 10-pack sort of season pack for their hot sauces. I'm really tempted to do a live stream Hot Ones challenge. And yeah. Gee, Ian, I thought you wanted Rob to visit. I do. I just, we can get up to some chaos. I could probably also take him to eat some better food out here as well. So, yeah. I need to get a backgrounder stamp like that. Your piece looks beautiful. This one, I really like the smaller backgrounder stamp than the bigger one. It takes more stamps to do, but you get better pressure out of it. And I find I get better results with this little stamp than I do with the big one. So, plus the little stamp lets me work in these tight spaces. Like there's this little narrow gap between the U and the what do you call it? Scale. And there's no way I could do that with like a big old stamp. This one is tiny. I actually want to get another one of these and then take my Dremel and make it even smaller. Just to have a really tiny little one that I can do stuff with. So I see somebody saying take Rob to the Stampede. That would be interesting. We could go to the Calgary Stampede. Hang on, Rob has just gotten over an infection. Really, that's fair. Nicholas, have fun at work. That's do it, fighting the good fight there, because Nicholas does labor law. I assume fighting the good fight. I mean, maybe he's on the side of evil. I don't know. For every legal issue, there's somebody who's on the side of good and somebody who's on the side of evil. And actually, like 99.9% of legal issues don't render them down or don't render themselves down that easily to things. I feel like people get an unfair view of the legal system from trials like Johnny Depp, because Johnny Depp has such a clear side to root for. And even then, there's people who are like, nope, so I don't know. Most trials are even muddier than the Depp trial. So, do that. We are almost done with the initial tooling on this one, which is nice. I like that quite a bit, because this is going to take a while. I see, do you have anything under the granite aside from the desk, perhaps to soften the sound? I don't here. So ultimately, I mean, you want the granite to be as immovable as possible. You want it to be, to be sort of a hard surface. Did I hear about Nate the Lawyer's update? I have not. I really want to check it out. It's about an hour long, and so I'm going to be doing leather work later, probably not on live stream, because, I'll keep up the live stream for a while, but eventually it'll be like, hey, let's wrap this up. And then I'll probably keep doing leather work, and I didn't get to see all of the Innocence Project or Innocence Chronicles today, so I want to check that out. And I see Rob saying, don't forget to hold it up. So let me get a better view here. So this camera is not the greatest, but you can see sort of how it's turning out here. And what was it? Yeah, no, I didn't get to check that out. And I've been wrestling with getting this set up. I haven't been able to get my Ethernet cable through the conduit. I have some fish tape somewhere that would help, but I can't find the fish tape. I see somebody saying the other camera works better. So this one doesn't zoom very well. Let me see if I can adjust this one. It's give me 1 second. I'm going to try to adjust this other camera to maybe get us a better view. Maybe, I don't know. So give me a second here. Moving this up. I'm just going to take myself off stream for just a second. That's still not great. But you can see that's what it's looking like. So I think it's doing pretty well. See, Law and Lumber, you're being asked to do a stream from the shop soon and show us a project you're working on. So this is not turning out too bad. Now, where did I put that? Wondering if there was a non-slip kind of thing that would help with the minor traveling of the granite and would also help soften the tinny sound. The tinny sound, I think, is a lot of, just the impact of the mallet on the actual thing, the stamp. Like, I think that a lot of that tinny sound is actually the stamp reverberating. So it's all fun and games until you need to defend the guy/gal who talks prawn in the break room. Oh man, I have seen some terrible files on stuff like that. So maybe later put up a clear pic of that coaster on your Twitter account too. I'd have to find a way to keep Uncivil from seeing it. So later on, I'll take some pictures of this, and then when it's arrived, I will put up some other stuff. Only challenge is I didn't as I don't have a nice small space to angle my camera. I end up being between so many different tools, it's hard to get the setup right. Ask Ian, he's seen me try. I think, Rob, ultimately, I think you're going to need like 6 cameras. I don't see how you're going to sort of get around that. Where's the best place to get stamps? If you are starting out, Tandy Leather is great. Eric, non-idle, how did you do a positive of the design? Do you use a stencil? I just use this, and I will actually start another one. and then I can show how I do that, because I think it's a pretty simple method overall, but I think it works out pretty well. I mean, we're almost done the actual hammering on this one, and then we gotta start another one, which is not a bad place to be. I've got one that's started, like this one here, but I'm going to put this one aside. You can't see it really. Maybe a little bit you can see the thing, but I'm going to show how I do the initial sort of tracing. I want to get a better camera than this. I'm going to try... So I've got a GoPro sitting here, like right here. I'm going to try using that as a webcam for my next one. I'm hoping it'll go better. See, Kurt won't copyright this stream. I mean, Kurt acknowledges that was not the best move, you know, for what you're talking about there. Kurt's a good guy. You know, we all have moments, and you know, so forth. But no, Kurt, I don't think. I don't know. We gotta let stuff like this go sometimes. See, ooh, a GoPro strapped to your head. That's how I do. That's how I do some of my shooting things. So, yeah. Jokes, y'all, just jokes. Yeah, I know. I just... Now, this spot is going to be real tough. So this spot is going to confound me, because this is too darn tight. So here, I'm going to switch up to an angled stamp so that I can just try to see what we can do here about trying not... I'm going to try to get in here without messing it up. So this is not what this stamp is for, by the way, but sometimes this is the way to go. Beauty. Problem solved. That just worked like a treat. Nothing wrong with that right there. I thought that was the moment when I was going to screw this up on a live stream. All right, so I can't do a poll. Because this channel is not yet monetized, it won't let me do a poll. I can't do audience engagement. I am done my scotch. I need another drink here. Couple of things here. So do I drink one Lucky beer, which is inexpensive Canadian beer that is very much... I pick it up sometimes as my leatherworking beer. So that's option one. Option number two is I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but it's red wine and Coca-Cola mixed together. And option number three is a cider. So which of those should I grab for myself? Those are my drink options for right now. So I see people saying no to... the cider is, I've got a Summersby mixed package. It'll probably just be, probably just their apple. See, have I tried Lone Tree cider? Their apple ginger cider is delicious. I did. There's actually another apple ginger out there that I like better. So... red wine and Coca-Cola is illegal in Australia? I doubt that. I think you are full of it. So I see some people saying beer, but overall it looks like people are saying cider. All right. Yeah, the main thing to get to monetization is watch hours. I think 4,000. Yeah, that is my main hurdle at this point. I've got the subs. I just don't have the watch hours yet on this channel. So YouTube is like, you got to up your game before we will open the toolbox and you can do all the fun things. Because, I mean, I don't expect that this is ever going to be like a huge money-making channel or anything like that. This isn't going to be, that isn't sort of my thinking on this, but it'd be nice to do a poll. Just, yeah. All right, I'm seeing people say cider. Lucky Beer is not beer, it's horse piss. It's better than Budweiser. And ultimately, Lucky Beer it's great for leatherworking because I can get like an 8-pack of them. And because it's okay, but it's not fantastic, I won't drink them fast enough to get drunk enough to mess up my leatherworking. So it does have an advantage on that. It's a good slow drinking beer. That looks done to me. So I'm going to set this right here, and I'm going to throw on some StreamYard branded music for a second while I go and grab one of those ciders. Hopefully you guys can hear that. If I can actually escape. All right, so chat, I may have deceived you a little bit because I said it was going to be apple cider, but I opened the wrong side of the package, so this is blackberry cider. So, all right, so this is one that is finished, right? This is, that's good to go, at least to this stage. The next stage on this is going to be, so I'm going to dye the whole thing purple. And then those raised bits, I'm going to go back and paint. And then I will put a layer of resist on it. And after the layer of resist, I will apply a sort of something to make the edges pop a little more. And then once that's done, I will apply a resist again. So this is, one down, but we're not stopping there. So somebody was asking about how I do the tracing, like how I get the pattern on. So let's do that. So I got a brand new piece here, right? This is just a circle cut out of leather, right? That's all it is. It's real simple. I'm just going to move this out of the way entirely. Now I'm spraying it very lightly with water. Very, very lightly here. And then I'm going to apply my very special tool that I use for this, which is a ballpoint pen. Somebody's saying, I think the lighting is too bright. Anyone else's screen look washed out. What I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up getting a bunch of lighting for in here so that I can be front lit instead of back lit, because this is not working well. So then I just take this and I get it sort of lined up, and basically I just want this lined up so it's on all four sides at the right spot where the coaster is. So I'm going to do my best on that, but do what we can. And in a perfect world, that little bit of moisture would help this stick, but it's not. I need to cut my nails. Sorry about that, folks. They're and then I'm just going to take my pen and I'm going to trace over this, and I'm going to do so with a fair bit of weight. And the reason why is that what I'm doing here is I'm actually using the end of the ballpoint pen to put pressure on this and indent the leather. This isn't cutting the leather. This is just putting an indent into it so that then I can come back later and go over it with the swivel knife. So this is what we're doing. So starting off with our L. And if you don't lean into this and put some pressure on, you will regret it later, because when your lines are super faint and super hard to see, you're not going to have the greatest time with the swivel knife. Now you will, I print these out. You'll wear them out. And you want this is probably the last time I can use this particular printout, because if I do it again, it's gonna I might actually push through and start actually directly drawing on the thing, which I don't want to do. But yeah, this is kind of unexciting at the end of the day, but it's important. The other thing is that if you are not good at keeping track of what you're doing, one sort of thing you can do on this is just replace the paper each time, because as this goes, I'm leaving ink, right? And so if you're not good at realizing where you've been, the fact that you're leaving ink is actually really helpful. So it can be really fantastic for that. The other thing I want to do one of these days is I want to try this on a cricut or a cricket. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but because I bet the cricket could run just like a tracing stencil over this without too much difficulty. And I bet it might save me a ton of work on these. But I don't know. I mean, maybe the cricket would suck. I just got to try it out. I bought a cricket and I've never used it. My wife has. And yeah, I want to actually try to make it work sometime. Because I bet there's all sorts of cool stuff I could do with it. And I bet it could cut thin leather. I don't think it would cut leather like as thick as these coasters by any stretch. But I bet it would cut some of the thinner stuff I work with. So, yeah, that. Now, often as you go, you're going to be tempted to peek. And I'm going to tell you right now, don't peek. Peeking should be your last stage. Your last stage on this is peeking. Because before then, you want to try to get everything traced, and then you can lift it up and have a look and see if you missed any spots. But until then, you just want to try to do everything. And it's tough. As an attention deficit guy, I want to peek so bad as I go. But you just got to resist that urge, because then the paper probably doesn't end up exactly where it was. And this piece of paper is kind of worn out. Yeah. Yeah, and I see you don't even need the Cricut to cut the leather, just enough to deboss it and then cut it with your swivel. Yeah, exactly. I would love to. I got to try that out. And if that works, then I might end up stealing the Cricut from my wife, and because she's been using it more than I have, and because nominally it's my Cricut, but she's the one who uses it more than I do. And then move it out to the garage and just have it set up here. This is running off my new laptop, and I haven't seen people saying, "Hey, you know, you're coming through awful." So I'm feeling good about that, because there's a computer under here, and that computer is, I mean, it's a couple of generations after an 8086, but it's not spectacular. And I can tell you that when I tried just video recording in here off of that computer, not even live streaming, just recording, it actually was saying, there is not enough RAM, there is not enough, there's not enough throughput through the motherboard to actually record video. So, yeah. Lighting and focus is the only issue so far. Yep. Lighting, I got to get some stuff to fix. I'm probably going to get like a giant ring light to put up in front so that I can be front lit. And that webcam might end up becoming my face webcam, and I'm going to get one that has better zoom. What weight is the stencil paper? This is standard printer paper. This is not fancy tracing paper or anything like that. This is just right out of, I mean, I've printed submissions for court on this same paper. So, gotta go feed the kiddos. 5:30 p.m. is feeding time at the zoo. Thanks for the live stream, everyone. Good night. So, fun story about 5:30 p.m. Dinner times. And I love telling this story, so you guys will have to sort of sit through it. My wife and I, when on our first date, she ate at 5:30. That was her eating time. Me, I like to eat a little later, typically like 7. So we sort of, this has been a point of compromise in our, but she was like 5:30 was dinner time. So we were going out for sushi, and we agreed that we would have dinner at around 6 as kind of a compromise time, right? Because she ate real early and I ate real late, so we were going to eat at a time in the middle. So instead, so I take her to a sushi place, and when we get there, it turns out that it is closed because it's Tuesday. By the way, I mean, I took her for a first date on a Tuesday. So that tells you something about me and just my degree of planning ability and so forth. But yeah, so they were closed. So we had to go to our next best place, which was a ways away, and we ended up eating at like 6:45. And she was still able to laugh about it, so that was a good thing. So, all right, so now I've done my peeking, and it looks good. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's debossed, right? It's that there's an indent on those lines. So that is exactly what I want it to look like at this stage, is to have the pattern, it's not carved at this point. And in fact, if you give this rough treatment and so forth, let's see, can I tilt this towards the camera? So you can see it sort of lightly there. I see people saying that they can see the L and that's it. Let's try the other camera, which is not great. No, that's not helping. Let me see if I can illuminate this a little bit. That's also not helping. There we go. That's a little better. So you can see how it's, it's indented in there, but it's not carved at this stage. So at this stage, if you were to, if you were to subject this to rough treatment, like folding it back and forth and so forth, eventually what would happen is it would, you'd lose that, right? It would go away. So now the next step is that I grab that swivel cutter that I was showing off earlier. And somewhere here, I have I mentioned that this place is an absolute mess. It is so bad right now. I have to clean this in the worst way. I don't even have space for stuff. Where is my little sharpening thing? Buried under all the other junk and literal garbage in here. Yeah, literal garbage. I mean, not even like figurative garbage. There's literal garbage in here. All right, so I don't know where my sharpening thing is. That's annoying. It's quite possibly buried under this. So I'm just going to lift the laptop for a second so I can get a peek. No, but my sewing equipment is, if I needed that. Do I have to... Oh, move my beer. The camera's trying to... This camera doesn't actually have a focus. That's the problem, is it's just... This is a terrible thing there. Have I ever worked snake leather before? I have. Snake leather is a pain, and I think that the best thing to do with it is, at least in my experience, is not to make like a piece out of it, but I use it to make like an indent or an emboss. Also, I have this kicking around, if anyone's curious about that. This is a leather dice bag that doesn't work very well because I made it out of the wrong grade of leather. So it is kind of not fantastic. So that's, I guess if somebody wants it, I could send it out to them. But I tried making that and it was not super successful overall. For the dice bag, you want the leather to be sort of flexible. And if it's not, then you run into problems. Where the heck did that go? All right. Well, you guys don't want to just hear me making frustrated noises, so I'm just going to start in, even though I don't know where my jeweler's rouge is. Because normally I would like to sharpen this, but... it's either stop and clean everything, which you guys don't want to watch me. Oh, chat, you're just going to shake your heads. The reason why I couldn't find this is it's like one of the few things I actually put away in the right place, and I didn't look there. So this is a bit of scrap leather, and I was using this to test the dye on the, I was testing the dyeing on this dragon scale pattern. But it's just scrap leather at this point, so I'm sort of rubbing some of this jeweler's rouge on it, and I like that thing where I put it away, and then so. And the reason why I'm doing this, you can see how it actually leaves some metal behind. That's just me sharpening this up so that it's good and sharp, because for what I want to do next, I want this to be real sharp. Because that's where we go in. And we start actually carving. And this is where you can really screw things up, because if you mangle it here, you can't uncut the leather. There is no way to be like leather, rejoin. Maybe if you're doing this on a live cow, don't do this on a live cow. The live cow would kick your butt. But yeah, there's just no way to heal it if you screw it up. So you got to be real careful as you go. But so yeah, we just want this to be really sharp. Angela says, watch the fingies. Yeah, you just, this doesn't, I mean, it could cut you pretty badly, but it's not really the most dangerous tool I've used by any stretch. I've cut myself way more on other knives. So, measure once, cut twice. Yep. So all the debossing does here is it just gives me a nice cutting pattern, right? It just makes it easy for me to go and cut away here. Because, so I see, could you use an X-Acto knife? You could, but the swivel knife makes it easier. Where do I source my leather? I mean, these are just leather circles that I got out at Tandy. So some places, most of my leather I get at Tandy. Some I get at Buckskin Leather Company, which is also here in Edmonton. And some I order online. I forget the name. I think it's like JR Leather or something. They send me, or I buy some stuff from them. They sell really nice stuff. And I don't know, most of the time I just feel like, most of the time that really nice stuff I feel like is too nice for what I'm doing. It's like the apprentice jeweler working on like the Hope Diamond. You're just like, nope. So the advantage of the swivel knife, and I'm just moving my cell phone so it doesn't end up falling. Can you guys hear the furnace in the background? I don't know if you can or not, but when we bought this place, it had a heat. They noted a heated garage, and I'm just like, that is the best thing ever. Two reasons. One, I wouldn't be able to work in here otherwise, because I'm just going to pull up what the Edmonton weather. 24 degrees below in my temperature, which is 11 below in American units. So that's real cold. That is, I'm not spending time out there in that levels of cold, right? Because real cold. I'll just interject with a minor story. I went shopping earlier to buy some conduit to try to protect my Ethernet cable against the dog. The conduit I'm still wrestling with, so it's not really in effect yet. So hopefully the dog doesn't destroy all of this. But so I ran into a guy in the parking lot outside of the Home Depot, and he's like, "Runkle," and I went, "Hey," and he's like, "I love your channel. Hey, I just got some questions." And I'm like, "Okay, but we're in the parking lot, and it is Canada degrees outside right now. Can we go inside?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm headed to my truck." And it's like, okay, cool. But yeah, I was just like, I am freezing. Please no. So, but yeah, it's real cold, and all of the stuff I use, like this is a great big jar of wreck your life if it spills, because this is USMC black leather dye. This stuff, if it freezes, will get ruined. It just does. All of the leatherworking chemicals, basically, if they freeze, they are ruined. So this place has to be heated, or else everything gets wrecked. And yeah. The other thing is leather dye does not screw around in terms of what it dyes. If you spill it on something, it will be that color forever. The exception to the forever is if you get it on your hands. And that's only because your hands replace skin cells over time. I have had days. I walked into court the one day and my hands were bright red. And I could tell the judge wanted to ask, but also didn't actually ask. So I'm sitting there, and eventually I was just like, the judge is just too curious about this. Hey, I spilled dye on my hands, and I don't think that actually really solved the judge's curiosity, but at least the judge stopped making the face when you're sitting there, like in court, doing a bail hearing for a guy who's accused of a pretty serious assault and stabbing with bright red hands. Just maybe not my best moment. I got 2 boxes of gloves right there, and I always remember that I have them about 30 seconds after I spill the dye on my hands. So, yeah. It's like Chuck Dorset says, we're made of leather too. Yep, it dyes you just fine. I'd be so mad at you, Lol. Did he get bailed? He absolutely did. That was the best part, is got bail. I can't give too many details because, but the prosecution's case on that particular file was weak. So, yeah. But still, bright red hands were not my best moment, but yeah. All right, just here I got to navigate this tight curve. This is the other thing. When you're thinking about leather patterns, like carving patterns, the more tight, crappy little curves they've got, the more you're going to hate your life as you do the project. Like this curve at the bottom here, real nice, real gentle, real simple. Nothing wrong with that. That's what I like in a leather curve. But you've seen Rob Lawn Lumber's logo, right? It's got all these real tight little curves and finicky bits. Oh my God, that was a pain. Ask Kurt to have an easier logo. Kurt's logo is not bad, actually. Overall, it's pretty good. Rob's logo is the one that caused me grief. Rob. Oh, I actually enjoyed doing it. But I will say, normally I would have put the logo on both sides of that thing. But because Rob's logo was so complicated and I got it just perfect on the first go, I was like, I'm not tempting fate. I'm not doing this again on the other side. It's just good on this side. And the stitching on the other side, I still wince at. Rob says it's fine, but Rob is wrong. Sorry, Rob. You're wrong on that one. The stitching is bad on the other side. Just is what it is. These curves, these little end bits aren't super bad. There we go. So, yeah, basically we're just doing this. And the reason why I'm carving it like this is basically that it, when I then go and do all that same stamping that you saw, this will make it a lot easier, right? This will make it so that you can get that distinction between the two areas. So, yeah. I see a lot of lumber. Well, thank you very much for saying so. I really, yeah. If you guys haven't heard the story, like I was coming out to the Virginia area, I basically don't know what the heck I'm doing. And Rob is just like, hey, come stay with me. You know, I've got a space. You can use my internet. Borrow my car. I'm not even kidding about that. Like, nicest human on the planet. Seriously, guys. It's yeah. Emily once said that I was the nicest person in LawTube, and she's wrong because it's Rob. So I will happily take second prize on that one. So that's yeah. I see. I remember voting for that logo. It's a good logo. I really like the logo. It's just hard to carve. That's the only downside on it. So yeah, by comparison, Uncivil has a really good logo for carving. If I was trying to design a logo for leather carving, Uncivil's got a great one. So yeah, it's really solid. I'll say we've got a good group of people and great friends. Yes. You know what I will say, though? I am missing Lawyers and Dragons so much. Like, I'm just sitting there. I wake up on a Saturday, and I'm like, I could be playing D&D right now with some of the best people, and I'm not, and it's sad. We'll be back, folks. Like, you can't keep our mischief down, and we've got a group that is like straight mischief. We've got Glitterblade, who's got a name, but it's forgotten to time at this point. But Ghostblade probably has an actual name somewhere. I don't think I've actually heard Ghostblade's actual name. To-do list. Gimlet needs to start teasing Ghostblade about needing a proper name. But yeah, no, I mean, we're going to have some mischief. I know David, aka Prototopics, has some plans for. I'm going to be doing a one-shot with some other people. It should be exciting. So yeah. Lost in Law, Drex's producer, is interested in doing a stream with you. Have him reach out. We'll have to figure that out. And yeah, I see. Nope, you haven't heard the real name yet because I haven't given it. At some point, Gimlet's going to start teasing you. But I mean, to be fair, he goes by Otter, so I mean, nicknames are probably sort of within the realm there. But I mean, glass houses a little bit, but so go through this interior curve. Interior curves are for some reason always harder than the exterior curve. And I don't know why, because it's the same dang curve, but go, getting closer. Everyone's really gotten into their character. Lima checking into the inns and hotels, my favorite things. Yeah, we'll have our separate rooms and the Wi-Fi password. Thanks, love that. Yeah, no, it's fun because I mean I've been playing D&D since I was small, right? Since I was really young. And so I've got a lot of games under my belt. I've got a lot of, but it's, Rob and Alita came to Lawyers and Dragons and had never played before. Like, never. And, so I watched them go from like, I don't know, can I do things? Like, how does this work? What are we doing? To, like, just rolling and rocking. Like, it's good. I see Meowie saying, I'm too shy to play. Playing Dungeons and Dragons is a great way to deal with shyness and to get out of it. Because I will let you guys in on a secret. I'm a little self-conscious. I'm a little anxious. I've said this before, but and I mean, this is going to sound like humble bragging, but watch. I went to the Supreme Court of Canada, and it's videotaped, right? So you can actually watch the video stream of this and watch the first 5 minutes of me, because you can see me just scared crapless. Because I mean, suddenly you're just out there and you're facing this like difficult, this panel of people. I was absolutely terrified, just straight up terrified. And you get when you're in a, you sort of lose yourself, and it makes it easier. It makes it a lot easier when you can kind of lose yourself and sort of fade into that moment. So is it where do we find this video? It is on the Supreme Court's webpage. It is the case of the Queen and GTD. So it is a 2020 decision, 2019. Yeah, but yeah. Ian, is it kind of a worlds colliding feeling for you? Lawyer world, YouTube world, role-playing world? It is, but I really feel like it's more of just an I get to be me thing. I get to just do what I want to do. It's a weird kind of feeling, right? Because I'm just like, I get to, I started this channel, like the Role of Law channel, not figuring, hey, I'm going to be some successful D&D influencer, but it was just like, I want to talk about this stuff, and I want to share it with people who want to see it, and I want to share it with, with friends, and so I get to do that. I think that is, that's fantastic. I spent a lot. Here's the thing. I've always been the social, weirdo, outcast kind of loner guy. I've always been the guy who didn't fit in. And now I get to be the guy who doesn't fit in with a group of people who like who I am, right? So I don't have to, like, for the longest time, I was all worried about trying to be what the world wanted me to be. And, the world wants you to be sort of fairly ordinary, fairly boring in some ways. But I don't mean that, I mean just like, they want you to not sort of have weird opinions or, weird mannerisms or, weird interests, and for the longest time, I sort of thought, well, I'll be happier if I can be this person everyone wants me to be, and that never worked out for me because I just can't. That's not, and so I can be the guy sort of poorly pretending to be somebody else, or I can just be me. And yeah. And somebody says, how old am I? I'm 42. So it's a really good year. Because it connects to Douglas Adams. So, but yeah, no, I mean, so it's not sort of a worlds colliding kind of thing. It's just these are all elements of what's important to me. I get to do leather work on a stream with friends who just want to, chat and hang out. That's fantastic. So all of this is just. And every once in a while, I still get somebody in my comment section who's like, oh, you like guns. I'm unsubscribing. It's like, cool. Thank you. I really appreciate that, because if somebody doesn't like me for me, or like my channel for what I deliver on that channel, then we're not a good fit. And I'm not going to chase after them for that. So, yeah. House Hippo says, that explains your knowledge of the House Hippo commercial. You grew up watching it too. It is the best thing. And there were so many people who actually straight up wanted a House Hippo. So, yeah. And Eric Non-Idle, that's really awesome, Ian. I don't know how I've missed your channel for so long. Been around LawTube since Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse was a great thing to watch. It's one of those trials that everybody in society came into with opinions, right? And I mean, I'm not going to lie. My opinions, when I came on Ricada's channel, and Ricada had us all there, and we were sort of doing this discussion and commentary, and that was a wonderful time. I'd already come to the conclusion that Rittenhouse was innocent, and I mean legally innocent in the sense that that it was a self-defense shooting. But I got to that by thinking that it probably wasn't. My initial inclination when I heard the story on the news was that it was probably a bad shoot. I thought this is probably messed up. And I actually, I'm a weird lawyer, right? So I did research. I found the video of it and I watched it and went, oh my, no. I think that this guy, I think he should walk. And I mean, the trial did nothing to change that. It only reinforced it, because every time they tried to come out with something as their grand moment of here's where we've got, Kyle Rittenhouse, it was like, nope, nope. So I don't know. That's Rittenhouse was an interesting one. I still get people who give me flack over that, who are like, hey, why do you think Rittenhouse should be acquitted? It's like, well, because legally he should. So, yeah. I have a different, better respect for guns now after watching some of Ian's stuff. I will tell you, once upon a time, if you talk to me, I was really anti-gun. Really anti-gun once upon a time. And I actually came around to being okay with guns and later sort of pro-gun by virtue of trying to argue the anti-gun position. And what I mean by that is that I would argue with people and I was saying guns are bad. So I was digging up stats to prove guns are bad. And the problem is, the more I did my research, the less convinced I was of that. So, yeah. Of course, Ian throws out Douglas Adams. Interesting trivia. Ian lives in my library. I should go and get him a real drink. Douglas Adams is fantastic. I mean, not only have I read his books, I've also played his video games, which a lot of people don't even know he has video games. So, the next tool I'm breaking out is this thing. This is a wing divider. This is very similar to the compass that you used in, high school and so forth. It is, in fact, basically the same thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that coaster that I did before, this one, and I'm just going to shape this down to, I see the text game. There's actually 2 text games. He did 2. The other one is bureaucracy. So he did hitch. Actually, I've decided not to use the wing divider. I'm going to use this thing. So this thing is basically for doing edges. So I'm going to take this. I am going to adjust it so that it is exactly the same size as what's on the other one. And then I'm going to tighten it real hard. Signing off over here on the East Coast. Yeah, it's got to be way late. Thanks for sharing, Ian. Very much enjoyed hanging out and listening in. We'll be here again when you do another one. Good night, all. Thank you, Rob. Always good to sort of have a craft stream. And, Rob is a better woodworker than I am a leather worker. I can tell you that for nothing. But it's good to have you tuned in. So now that I've got this shaped in, so it's, well, the downside to the long hair is that occasionally I end up eating the long hair. I will tell you, the long hair is sometimes a pain in the butt. I keep it for 2 reasons. One, I do actually think I kind of look badass in it. And two, every time somebody sends me an angry message saying, cut your hair, you look like some sort of hippie or whatever, it just renews my interest in keeping it. But so now I'm going to take this and I'm just going to run it around the edge. And on this occasion, I think I'm going to cut pretty close to some of my pattern here. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, it's not perfectly centered, but you know what? It's the little defects that make it interesting. So, and again, all I'm doing with this thing is I'm just making a little groove. And that little groove is just to, is just so that then I can go over it and cut. That tool also has, now I see Eric Non-Idle saying, I can't get that tool to cut straight and not clog for the life of me. I'm not using the cutting tip. I'm just using the little debossing tip. And so I'm just going to I'm just making a very narrow line. That tip is really useful for a bunch of things because you can then sort of go over it and do stitching. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the cutting tip on it for pretty much the same reasons. I find it a difficult thing. Why didn't you do this before tracing? Because I was dumb. End of answer. Yeah, it's I really should have, but I believe in mandatory gun education in Canada. In order to get a firearms license, you have to take a course, and you have to get go through background checks, and so like literally you have to get that education. So I see. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, this one's not going to cost me anything to have done it this way, but I might have done it the other way had I sort of thought about it. So now I'm just going to carve along here. And this is where the swivel knife really shines, because it's much easier to change your direction to follow around this curve with the swivel knife than it would be with an X-Acto knife or with anything else. Isn't to say it can't be done, because it can, but that's not the greatest right there. So leather has like a pattern to it. Sometimes you can hit a part that's kind of rougher, and there it kind of deflected the swivel knife a little bit. And we just won't tell Kurt. I mean, he might notice, but he might not. But yeah. Even for non-owners of firearms, I grew up in rural Nebraska. I mean, I think it would make sense. I think that the public should ideally, at least if nothing else, you should know how to unload a gun, right? If you picked up a gun, how could you make that gun safe? That, to me, is something that every single person should know. And, yeah. So, we're done this step. We are done the carving step. And so now you can see it's all carved up. That's fantastic. And so now I am going to do this one with a good healthy spray of water from the backside, because I have a second one right here. So we're just going to spray that one good and thoroughly, and then we're going to soak this one through the backside. This one that I'm soaking from the back will be ready probably tomorrow. for tonight, I've got the other one to do. So, all right. Well, this is working much better than, yeah. See, my father took both of us to get our hunter safety certificate simply because he wanted us to know what to do if we ever found a gun. Yep. And I mean, the safest thing is don't touch it, right? Just leave it where it is. But sometimes that's not a circumstance you can deal with. So, I mean, I think it's better if people know how to handle firearms and can do so in a safe fashion. But I mean, what do I know, right? So I'm just sort of trying to soak this up here so that all of that, the leather basically drinks the moisture up. So that's because leather isn't like a plastic, right? When you, I had a discussion on Twitter with somebody about vegan leather, and vegan leather is plastic. Vegan leather, disintegrates. It's not sort of alive in the same way that, leather is. So leather is water permeable. Yeah, vegan leather is not leather. Vegan leather is plastic. And I don't know. I like dealing with that. Vegan leather is just vinyl, isn't it? Yep. I mean, the thing about like this vegan leather crap is that it doesn't last. It lasts for, and I mean, I got it sitting here somewhere. It's buried under a bunch of crap. I'm not digging it out. I still have the first wallet I made. And the first, I made that on the basic notion of it'll last me for 2 years and then it'll wear out. And then it just didn't wear out. And what I realized is that I was assuming that it was going to last the same way that, like, pleather lasts, which is, pleather disintegrates. And genuine leather, when you find that, like bonded leather, also disintegrates because they're just not made to last in the same way. So I thought I was going to have that wallet for like 2 years, and then I'd replace it with a better wallet. And, as I made one, and that would be it. It just kept lasting. So, yeah. Real leather can also be repaired. I mean, there's all sorts of, you can stitch a hole in it. You can, if the stitching goes, you can replace the stitching. There's all sorts of things. And somebody asked, what am I drinking? I am drinking Summersby blackberry cider, and it is actually quite tasty. It won in the polling options against the competitors, which were Lucky and Red Wine and I see. Wait, the vegan leather lasted? No, the real leather lasted for like forever. Eventually, I made myself a second wallet because I just wanted to have a better wallet. But vegan leather just disintegrates. Another sort of pro tip, if you, and I say pro tip like I'm a pro, random hobbyist tip, I buy these like cotton makeup pads and I go through them on a fairly regular basis. They're actually pretty useful for a lot of leatherworking tasks, and I'm a big fan. So, yeah. Do I know my Myers-Briggs type? Yes, but Myers-Briggs is basically astrology, and I could go on a rant about that. Nominally, I'm an INTP, but I mean, yeah. Yeah, vegan leather has a ways to go yet. Usually just directly into the trash bin, either now or in a couple of years when it wears out. Vegan leather is really sort of something that contributes to a whole lot of a whole lot of waste, and that's one of my peeves about modern society, is that everything wears out over time. And like not even a long time, right? It wears out quite quickly, and then you got to replace it, and you're constantly buying all this buying all this replacement crap. See, Scott says all my shoes and belts are pleather. I would offer to send you a. Oh wait, yeah, I probably shouldn't send Scott a leatherwork project. Now that I think about it, Scott, if you are down for me to send you a leatherwork project, I will send you one. But yeah, do you know if there are decent, cheap stitching chisels? The ones I got from Tandy are pretty good, but one of them bent. I mean, the problem is that with stitching chisels, it's kind of a matter of good or cheap, choose one. So, yeah. Scott notes, I'm really easy on my shoes, probably because I rarely wear shoes. Ooh, let me show you guys something. I'm just going to share something for a project. So this is for a project that I will make someday. Does anyone in the chat know what these are? I'm guessing probably not, but I'm guessing people probably have an idea on that. Thoughts? Bonus points if you know the word for them. There we go. So we got a few people here. I think it was Devin who got it first. These are lasts. And so basically they are shapes that you can make shoes around. And so these are kind of dress shoe pattern lasts. And so at some point I want to try making dress shoes. And I'm going to, try making them out of actual leather that I hope will last forever. Because I got tired of buying cheap shoes. I also want to get a similar set of boot lasts, and just so I can make myself boots. Because I have some great, I have some leather boots that are fantastic, but I mean, if they ever wear out, maybe I'll wait until then. But yeah, no, I bought those. I haven't yet made anything with them. Did I buy these in strips from Tandy? I bought the leather from Tandy. I bought the sprayers from Tandy. I didn't buy the shoe lasts from Tandy. So, and yes, cobbler is a great word. And sorry, Cheshire Gin, were you saying that you liked the? Someone's saying, have I used cactus leather? I have not. I'm not opposed to trying it. I just don't know where I'd find it. See, I am biased. I studied psychology. Problem with Myers-Briggs, it doesn't have good construct validity. I've got a psych degree myself. Doesn't have good construct validity. It doesn't have retest validity. It doesn't have all sorts of things you'd expect. So, yeah. See, cobblers repair shoes. I believe a shoemaker is called a cordwain. Well, that's good to know. Shoemaking is hard. So that is going to be a project, but I want to try to make shoes later. So this one here, I am just letting sit for a bit. And this one I need to carve. So it looks like I'm going to do 4 of the, what do you call it? 4 of the uncivil law logo ones. And nothing wrong with that. Just means I'm not doing the cowboy hat thing. It was a good idea, but at this point I've got 3, so I'm committed to either doing 4 uncivil law logos or 6 total coasters. And I'm just going to say I'm going to do 4. So just carefully doing the edge here. There we go. The Myers-Briggs discussion came from attention deficit. That is the land that it came from. Yeah, I have too many people to make things for to make 6 for one person. Absolutely. So, yeah. See, Julia 543. I watched all the channels from Rittenhouse through most of Johnny Depp / Amber Heard. I only made a username so that I could download Emily D. Baker for a flight, but the plane Wi-Fi worked, and I watched YouTube yeeting Runkle midstream. I remember that stream where I got yeeted. That sucked. It is what it is. It's funny now. But I never did finish that review. I'm not going back to it at this point. It's too far gone. What toxic crap we end up dealing with sometimes. Yes. The yeet was rude. It was indeed. So, let's see. I could also do a wine bottle coaster with Kurt's. I don't think he drinks a lot of wine. I don't think he... Wait, no. Pretty sure I might have seen him drink wine at least on one occasion. I see Kurt does wine sometime. He drinks everything. You know what? I get behind that. I see. Look up Nicole Rudolph on YouTube. She does. She makes historical shoes from leather. Oh, that's interesting. You probably know someone who does men's shoes and boots. I'm going to find my tracing pen, and I'm actually going to just write that right down right now. And just so you can see what I wrote this on, this is my this is that dragon pattern, which is going to be a giant freaking pain in the butt there. So, Eric Non-Idle, shoot me a message on Twitter when you get that when you get your leatherworking video up, because I would like to see that there. So. And she used to design for American Duchess Historical Shoe Company. Oh, cool. All right, so maybe I'll have to do the cowboy hat. I guess maybe I'll have to do the cowboy hat larger coaster. I got to figure out how to work that, though, because then it wouldn't fit into the... little casing I'm planning. I got to plan... I got to think on that. Now you've given me something to ponder design-wise. All right. So I'll just carving this one out here. Getting close to having... I want to do all of the dyeing at the same time. The dyeing, the painting, all the stuff that involves chemicals at the same time. I see. Put the cowboy hat on the case. That's an excellent idea. That is an excellent thought. So I see. Am I over 2 hours? Should you be curse word safe by now? I should be, but I'm not monetized, so they're not going to demonetize me. But I mean, I try to save my cursing for when it matters. If you curse all the time, then it loses some of the value. Will I do a stream for the dyeing? Yeah, I could. that'll be where I break out the this thing. This is my airbrush. So I'll probably break that out for that stream. Because I will tell you, an airbrush is fan-freaking-tastic. That thing was not super cheap. It was replacing one that was cheap and, frankly, that I broke. But yeah, no, it's I like that one so much better. The new one is so much nicer. Makes me want to take a whole bunch of airbrushing courses. And the airbrush store that I got it from offers airbrushing courses. So, yeah. I basically, what do you call it? I use the airbrush mostly because it applies a really even stream of things. So, yeah. Emily has managed to make the opposite true. You know she's dead serious if she's not cursing when she could be. Yep, absolutely. Stream being nice and long should help with the watch hours, right? As long as it's not deleted. Not sure what happens if it's unlisted. That's true. That is a nice airbrush. Yep. It was not cheap. But my general philosophy on tools is buy a cheap, crappy one to start. And if you never wear that out, then okay. But if you wear it out or outgrow it, then you buy a good one. And that rarely leads me wrong. I've got some tools that are cheap that I don't use. And I've got some tools that are good that I use the heck out of. And I find that you are more likely to use certain tools if they're good ones, too. I cringe thinking about cleaning my airbrush so I don't get it out. No, that's fair. I mean, they do have to be cleaned out. How did I get into leatherwork? I did I was at a gun show, basically advertising my legal services and just trying to make sure people had my card in their wallet. And I can tell you not a lot of people were interested at that gun show. I was early on in my career. Gun owners kind of largely thought, oh, well, I don't need to worry about this at all. So people just passed by. But I was next to the Tandy leather booth, and I got interested in that. And I also went and saw the Cowboy Western guys, and they did a whole bunch of stuff that was really cool. And so I bought a set. I think they offered me a deal on it, but I think it was like 10% off. So I bought a set, and I stuck with it. It's one of those things where and the funny thing is that when I got the set, what I originally said was I only want to make really utilitarian stuff. I want to be able to make belts. I want to be able to make bags. I want to be able to make stuff that I'm going to do things with. And I don't need to know any of this leather carving BS. Well, now I do some of the leather carving stuff because it's fun. And also, if you make something utilitarian, isn't it kind of nice if it also looks nice? So, how do you keep the dye from running and bleeding when it gets wet, but still have it absorb the water and condensation? I just soak it in. I just am going to seal it, and it's not going to be absorbent at the end of it, but at the. Coasters work perfectly well when they're made of things like stone and tiles and so forth. You just want the condensation to end up on the coaster, not on your surface. So it doesn't matter so much if these aren't absorbent. It's kind of my feeling on that. Hopefully Kurt agrees because I'm not giving him an option. Because otherwise as well, like red wine or something, like if you spilled red wine on an absorbent coaster, it'll just soak in there and it'll be red forever. So, Musical Soup, thank you for joining me. Have to go now. Thank you. And can't wait to see the color being put on. Good night, all. I feel like I should set up a stream just to do, like, we're just going to dye these because, I mean, that's a good process to watch too. I can tell you the dyeing is basically going to be setting these out, airbrushing them, and once they're sort of suitably airbrushed, then I'm going to have to fiddle around with paint because the U and all of that needs to be, like, some of the stuff needs to be painted, and God, that's going to be fiddly. I hope I don't mess that up. But, I mean, is what it is. And you. Working a little faster here than I was before. Sometimes that's just a matter of, you know, it's been a while. Cut some leather once with my laser. That's the smell was not pleasant. No, it wouldn't be. Burning leather, basically burning skin. And, I mean, sure, it's dried out skin, but, yeah. If you spill red wine mixed with Coca-Cola on a leather coaster, it'll burn a hole straight to China. Truffle Hound, you haven't even tried it. It's good. Streams like this are fantastic for body doubling. I don't know what body doubling is. All right, so we got almost all of this done. Yeah, a leatherworking project is done when you have exhausted all possible options for moments when you could have screwed it up. Yeah, it's kind of the most high stakes craft. I mean, lots of things. I mean, I guess wood and so forth. Gotta say, I'm tempted to try the wine Coke mix. You should. It's good. Valhalla awaits. I'm extremely impressed, Runkle. Well, thank you. This is just sort of fun stuff. Time to turn in. Have a great night, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Body doubling is just having another person hang out with you while you work on something. Strategy for attention deficit to help them stay on a task. That is a useful strategy. I've had my wife at times like just hang out while I work on a project, and she's like, "Really?" I'm like, "You just need to be there and read." So. Just all right, almost done with the carving. And then I got so much hammering to do. So much hammering. Getting closer here. I see Debbie Campbell with a good reminder. Everyone remember to hit the like button. That is absolutely a good thing there. My best friend and I are both attention deficit. We have cleaning dates where one of us hangs out and drinks, so the other one can chat and clean and to stay on task. That's a good idea. I bought my wife a music player. It is a Bluetooth music player, and she's like, "Why are you getting me this?" I'm like, "So that I can listen to it when I do the dishes, so that I can do the dishes more often." And it is invaluable for that purpose. Although, if she were in the chat, she would almost certainly tell you that I need to do the dishes more often, and she's not wrong. So it's just hard with attention deficit. Getting a lot of that crap done is, yeah. So you hit the like, subscribe, and make sure you're on live chat. Top chat is for betas. Somebody called me a beta on Twitter a while back, and I was like, what? Thanks, Ian. I appreciate you sharing with us. I've got to work early tomorrow, so I'll have to drop. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, Linda DB. And yeah, no, much appreciated. Not Sarah says, that's why I built a makerspace. Never a shortage of body doubles and even sounding boards. You mentioned the makerspace. I'm curious as to where that is, and like, is that like a full-on like maker? We've got one here, but it's such a pain in the butt to get a membership for, and it's so expensive. But I haven't joined them. It's like $1,000 every year or something. So, I mean, I just don't know how to justify that. I'm not made of grands. All right, so that's that. Oh, I got to do the edge. So you can come practice with my dishes. My ADHD also would always get behind. I don't think that's likely. But there's a content creator, I think TikTok, who schedules a date for a friend to say they're coming over, although they frequently don't, just so the person will speed clean their house. That's hilarious. Valhalla says, I haven't figured out where you are, Ian. I think you're just Sigma AF. I'm just like, I am too old to worry about that stuff. Too old and too happily married. I feel like that kind of stuff is a single person's game. Where are you in the hierarchy? I'm like, I'm just happy. Like, that's all. I just like doing what I do. I don't need to. Somebody says, oh, I'm an alpha. It's like, okay, good for you. You go be alpha and do whatever alphas do. Also, some of the guys out there who are talking about, oh, I'm the most alpha guy ever. It's like, really? There's one guy, he's on Twitter. He's got this alpha. He's got this thing where he says that he's, that he advertises himself as an alpha male. And I'm just like, the guy's usually kind of clowning himself. So, I don't know. It seems like there's this whole market for like weirdos to sort of brag about being the manliest man ever. Like that Liver King dude. He's just weird. Sorry. And not like in a good way. He's weird in like I'm concerned for people around him kind of way. So my local makerspace is so expensive. Last I looked, the membership was like $250 a month, and you had to pay more to use a lot of the specialty equipment. Yeah, actually, I probably way understated it, like $1,000 a month, $1,000 a year rather. I think that they're just like super freaking expensive. And I mean, okay, it gets to the point where it's like instead of spending the money on the makerspace membership, like if I just put the money down, eventually I could just like buy the equipment I'd want to use. So I don't get it. I got nothing wrong with Weird. And if Liver King was just like doing his thing, like, hey, I want to be this guy, that'd be cool. But I don't like his grift. Feels like a scam, if that makes sense. So that one's cut out too. So now we're up to 3 cut out. So this one I'm going to try something else for soaking it. So if you're wondering what this is an Amazon Basics disposable dish. And all I'm doing is I'm just putting some moisture in the bottom. And I'm just parking this in there. I also have no idea who Liver King is. Let me horrify you as to who this guy is. Liver King is an influencer, and I mean, I say that as a guy who I guess is technically an influencer, but doesn't have this, like, I don't like the term. But he sells supplements, and he basically says that he only eats meat, and that he's got this, I mean, he's a really muscular dude, and he says that it's because he only eats meat, and he lives this sort of primitive lifestyle and whatever else. And then we found out that he's spending like $11,000 per month on steroids. And I will tell you, if you're spending $11,000 a month on steroids, yeah, I feel like you would get huge, just, yeah. But his tagline, get this as a tagline, is, why eat a vegetable when you could eat a testicle? So that's his tagline. But, I mean, turns out he's not so much eating testicles as he's injecting stuff to shrink his. So, yeah. So I see we work together maintaining tools, building projects, and rotate teaching workshops. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of a makerspace. It's just hard to figure out how to make them work. So, yeah. All right, now I'm just trying to soak this one from the back here just to get it going. Now this one is, because I'm doing the soaking from the back method, it's going to be ready to work with tomorrow. I see, Runkle, is that a green screen? Yes, that is a green screen behind me, but it's not working all that well. That liver guy shows up in Dr. Mike's videos a lot as a big don't. Yep. And he's posting federal crimes on YouTube. That I haven't seen, but that's exciting. Maybe I should watch his stuff and just, you know, sort of do some entertaining commentary. I don't do that about, every once in a while, people ask me to do a video about, like, hey, is this Canadian content creator posting crimes? And often the answer is yes. And so I don't do videos about that because I don't really want to get people into trouble. But, I mean, if they're in the States, they're maybe a little less concerned. Because then I can at least just do it as a, if this guy were in Canada, he would be posting stuff that is an offense. And I don't know about the U.S. market, and I don't care because not my circus, not my monkeys. All right. So we've got 3 in various stages of to go here. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's getting late-ish, but well, it's almost, that can't be right. It is 10:40. Just trying to keep track of everything. I'm getting a ton of messages here. All right. So now we're just applying a light moist misting here. Have hit the like button twice because on 2 accounts, now on phone, much earlier via desktop. Hope you get more features to use for this fun Role of Law channel. Well, that'd be nice. I mean, I feel like once you hit monetization, YouTube starts pushing your channel a little faster and a little harder because at that point they make money on it. Do I ever have trouble getting the creative juices flowing after a long day of work? I struggle with crafting during the weekday evenings. I do. I actually sometimes get a nap. So sometimes I just get home and I'm just beat. And so I take a nap and then that can help. So I think you can get away with a single coaster as a subscriber award, something for people to set their drink on while watching you. That's not a bad idea. And then maybe they could collect a set over time. So not a bad idea. What I think I'll probably do is like set up a Patreon tier for like, hey, I would like to receive some, some small leather items, and it's just like, hey, this is sort of what I'd like to get, and maybe give people some options like, hey, I'd like a dice bag, hey, I'd like a coaster, hey, I'd like, whatever else, and then I could make something. So this time, so I'm just putting this in here. Just kind of want to make sure that this is as much as possible lined up and sort of even. Because, yeah. Yeah, and Uncivil's been a good friend to me. I kind of just want to make a thing to say thank you. And, thanks for being awesome. And I will admit, his project got moved up the priority list because his logo is much easier to carve than a lot of people. So, yeah. Would a leather mouse pad work? It would. Leather is not the best material for that, but it can. I see just little keychains, no more than one per person first. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking. And just be like, hey, this is a great support tier, and also once per year I'll send you a thing. So I see call it a Texas bar present. I like that idea because Kurt kicked ass at that. All right. Last time I'm tracing, I'm reusing this piece of paper that I said was old and worn out. So hopefully this does not screw up, but those rounders are like $1 each, so if it screws up at this stage, then oh well, I'm out of $1. It's the later stages where you kick yourself because you've spent the time on it. So I'll just around the edges here. One scale done. Just going to do the other scale next. Let's see. I could do a set of coasters with just your maker's mark. Yep. What are you going to make Nick and EDB? Well, Nick, I'm going to make a thing that is from Warhammer. It's going to be challenging. EDB, I'm thinking of making a wallet. So those are my basic thoughts on that. So yeah, that's those are my sort of vague thoughts. Nick's thing is less practical and more sort of a put on the wall kind of decoration. I don't know. He may like it. He may say, you know what, this is garbage, and chuck it in the bin. Whatever he does, he does. So, but I mean, it's just a token of thanks. I appreciate sort of what Nick's done for me, and I really kind of, in a lot of ways, he's got a sort of gives no fuck resilience about him that is. Oh, that was kind of terrifying. So if you saw me react in surprise there, I will show you why in just a second. I just want to finish this before I start moving my hands because I need this to stay where it is. So once that happens, I will. I see. Do I have a cat? I do not have a cat. So I'll just show you what happened in just a second here. Scared the crap out of me. So I'm in my garage, right? And the one day, this was an entertaining day, I'm sitting in here working, and some guy with evident mental illness came up and banged on my garage doors. And that scared the piss out of me, I will tell you that. Um, all right, so almost done on the tracing here. Now, I will say that this kind of hold steady pressure and fiddle sometimes does a number on my back. Just because my back likes to go out of shape for any reason or no reason, and sometimes this messes with it. But do a little peeking. Excellent. Everything is good. All right. So now I'm done with this, and it is basically worn out. It goes into the trash. Wow, that. Oh shit. Huh. So this spool of string fell from off of my where it's stuck and landed on my punch and embedded. And in fact, it has fucked up my punch. That's unfortunate. Fuck. Pardon me if you got kids in the chat, but just messed up a tool of mine. Just trying to see if I can unmess it somehow. Dang it. See, oh no, the one I was using for the circle? No, it just fell from on high. So now I don't know if you can see, but oops, sorry. One of the tines is a little bent off. Oh well, I guess I'm gonna add that to my Christmas wish list. New punches. Yeah, I don't know why that fell off. It just, but that's my silver thread coming down to attack me. Terrified the heck out of me. And I see, well, at least it didn't clobber you while you were tracing or any other time. Yeah, I'm glad it didn't. And I see, usually for saddle stitch, yeah, that's exactly what that is for. That camera is potato. Yeah. So the one camera is for the one camera. This is an AverMedia streaming camera, and it basically has one focal distance. And unfortunately, that focal distance is not this one. I'm just trying to figure out where it actually focuses. So I'm going to set that. I might set that one as my primary webcam later and stop using the laptop webcam and get another webcam to actually stream with. So, all right. And we're just going to do our little edge ring here. And we're getting close to finis, at least for today. That's cutting that close. I'm going to have to work with a fair bit of precision to avoid that causing trouble. Yeah, well. There we go. 2022, why are webcams still coming with fixed focal length? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Just tilting this upwards. I feel like it maybe focuses best at like 3 feet. Kind of my thought. Yeah. I'm guessing the tine can't be straightened with a pair of pliers. I'm certainly going to try. So I'm certainly going to try. All right, so I got this done. Next up, the carbonator again. See, was that some variety of small animal taxidermy? Are you talking about the thing behind me? If you are, it's even more horrifying than that. I can tell you that. That thing behind me is not taxidermy. It is a... it's sort of lying on its back right now, propped against something. But it is a mannequin. And the mannequin's head is covered with plaster. And the reason why it's covered with plaster is I was trying to make a cast of it that didn't end up working. But yeah, the idea was to get a cast of it so that then I could fill that with ballistic gelatin and have a ballistic gelatin head. Yes, I'm weird. So, yeah. See, neither taxidermy nor a mannequin are horrifying. Lol. And House Hippo says, oddly, not one bit of that surprised me. I will tell you, if I put this mannequin up for Halloween, I would probably get some complaints from the neighbors going, yeah, we get that this is like Halloween and so forth, but like dial it down a little bit. I also have a trash bag over there of miscellaneous dolls. And I use that for Halloween Halloween decorations at times because it is creepy AF. And I will tell you how I got this trash bag full of miscellaneous dolls. One of my friends, who I may try to bring on the channel at some point, his name is Welke. It's last name, not first name, but what do you call it? He got this trash bag, and I don't know where he got it, but he got this trash bag full of miscellaneous doll bits and just decided to get rid of it by leaving it on my porch with no context, no explanation, no anything. So I can tell you that was creepifying. So yeah. Devin says, I went to a surplus store once and they just had a bin of doll arms. Buy them. Use them, like assemble them into a giant like dollipede and use that as Halloween decor. And you will probably get few kids coming to your door, so you get to eat more of your candy. Christmas decorations should be Germanic and creepy. That feels right. That's what happens in my house. If I can be arsed to put up a tree at all, that I feel like a big Krampus display would be the way to go. I don't know. Once upon a time, Christians rebelled against Christmas sales and Christmas advertising, feeling that it was offensive to commercialize the holiday. I wish that we still did that. I hate when you're going everywhere and every store has Christmas carols and so forth. Yeah. Does he know Alex from Curiosity Incorporated, YouTuber and antique collector in Edmonton? I got to reach out to him. Alex regularly has people help him clear out hoarder houses. Would make sense how he got it, lol. I need to reach out to him to, what is it? Because that sounds like a fun time. Although hoarder houses, you will typically have a distinct cat pee smell. See, family IT guy got distracted by work. You're still going? Yeah, I thought I'd wrap it up sooner, but I'm actually having a lot of fun. So I just kind of figured I'd do a tech test and then wrap it up. But the tech test is telling me where my failure points are, which is good, and there's lots of them. But I'm enjoying this, so which is probably good news if you are enjoying this, because it means I'll do more of them. People keep asking Alex if he knows you on his lives. I need to pop. If that's the case, I need to pop into one of his lives and just be like, "Hey, here's a super chat. We should hang," because that would be pretty cool. I gotta write that down. I'm just scrolling up to Curiosity Incorporated. Writing this down. There we go. I will give him a shout and be like, "Hey, what's going on there?" See, you're having fun, making progress, and getting watch hours. Triple win. Also entertaining and teaching the chat. Yes. At some point, I'm going to do a project that, as I sort of mentioned, I will pick a project that is a sort of a better education project. And yeah, you kept me company while I boned a 58 bone corset that is too small and needs to be redone. That is amazing. I am super. If you're doing actual like boned corsetry, that is super cool. Like I have no idea even how I, I had somebody who asked me if I could make them a leather corset, and I was just like, I don't even know where to start. So that is super cool. Also, I will say it's kind of funny every once in a while somebody like dips into my DMs going, "Hey, do you do commissions? And I want something and it's obviously for kink." And I'm just like, you should maybe go to somebody who does that for a living. There will not be like Runkle of the Bailey floggers hitting the market. Now the chat's going to sort of pause in horror over that. I see. What animal do the bones come from, or is it synthetic these days? I think they're usually plastic these days, but yeah. So, oops. Leather dildo robot, yes. Payback, no. So there's synthetic boning made to emulate the density of whalebone. That is cool. Yeah, I feel like it would be tough to get whalebone these days. It's really hard to get a tag for whales. That's probably EDB's fault. She didn't name me Leather Daddy. I think it's just that people are like, "Hey, you do leather work. Would you make me a thing?" And yeah, it's just like, not judging, but also I am not your shopping. Like, I'm not where you want to go for this. So. I don't know. Yeah. How hilarious would it be for Emily to break out the flogger while yelling, "Elaine, your mic"? You know what? If EDB wanted one, I might break that rule and make her a purple one. With my apologies to Mr. EDB. I was going to say that sounds more like Pikel's chat. Yes, that might. See, happily surprised to find a live stream into your workshop when I got home tonight. Yep. Special requests, way too spicy peppers. Yep. So the real question is, would you and Rob make EDB a St. Andrew's cross if she asked? I would have to do some looking at that. So I would have to... I suspect the answer is no. That sounds like a lot of work. Also, maybe sacrilegious? I don't know. I already... every once in a while I get religious people who are angry at me in my chat because they're like, you shouldn't have long hair. I'm like, look at a picture of Jesus. So, yeah. I could just imagine Rob blushing at the request. He would blush all the way. The blush would be up to 11. In fact, if Rob hears about this discussion, he would blush all the way. So I'm sure one of you is going to tell him. Remember, snitches... Oh, wait, I'm not allowed to finish this sentence according to the Law Society. Oh, shit, you may not want me in this. No, you're welcome to be here. I'm just learning some things about your interests, and that's fine, too. As I said, I mean, I'm not opposed to the concept. It's just like, I don't know that is really what I'm gonna make. So, if I did, I feel like I would probably need another maker's mark for it. Yeah. Careful Googling stuff you learn about from chat, guys. Yes, the chat is not always your friend. The chat is always wise. The chat knows many things, but the chat can also be malicious. And the chat has an interesting sense of humor. If you watch Lawyers and Dragons, think of the chat as a recommendation from Hardy. It might be useful, or it might be Windex cheese. And there's not necessarily a way to find out until you've got a mouthful of Windex. So, yeah, just exercise caution. We're mischievous, not malicious. Fair enough. The chat will get you red flagged by the police. Hopefully the chat will be a little to a dull roar. Cellophane warning on the St. Andrew's cross and other spicy things mentioned this evening. Google alerts abound. Yes. See, Ian, are these for uncivil law? If so, they are cool. They are indeed. I'm going to send these out his way as soon as they're done. And hopefully he will like them. Because if not, well, tough. I guess that's all I can say is if he doesn't like them, whoops. But I mean, uncivil drinks, uncivil people who drink surely have a use for a coaster. So it's kind of my, it's kind of as far as my thought process went on this. Also, his logo is a nice round shape, which makes, like, yeah. Ask Bricada, he's got a St. Andrew's cross, lol. That would not surprise me. Of course, it also wouldn't surprise me if you were just being facetious. Either way, but I think he did a test of the Baldo, so don't Google that, people. Do not Google that. No. Is it definitely not inviting Hardy to any potlucks. So that is a good life advice. All right, almost done with the swivel knife, which will be nice. Because I feel like the swivel knife is starting to not be my friend. It's starting to go in directions I didn't want it to. So. All right. Boom. Swivel knife gets to go back to Swivel Knife Place. Yes, I see. Rackets has a Baldo sponsorship. That's even funnier. I think that is, yeah. I am not going to get a Baldo sponsorship, in part because I don't sponsor anything that I don't believe in as a product, and yeah, just no. What I'm just impressed by is that somebody out there invented this. Like somebody out there was like, "This is the product for me. I am going to make this, and this will be a product." Have you tried it? Maybe it's amazing. I've not. Too spicy for here. Yes. Change of topics. All right. So now I'm just going to soak that here. I am going to have a brief away from the keyboard because I need to go back to the house for reasons that I will not elaborate on any further. In the meantime, perhaps a little light music. All right, sorry about that. No comment. I see. Show us the coasters close up possible, or close up if possible, because we need to see the details. Let me just see if I can get this to actually show decently. So. Let me just see, will this come up? Coaster. Can you guys see that well? Hopefully. All right, so that is the coaster shape there. Yeah, I think these are working out. I think these are working out real nicely. I'm kind of thinking that what is it? I've got some gold paint. Like it actually has some like little mica flakes in it to make it sparkle. I'm thinking I'm gonna do purple and then gold because his colors are purple and yellow, but I mean I think it looks better with gold. So that's what I'm gonna try. Are we getting a season 2 of Lawyers and Dragons? You bet we are. And if so, as an Oz fan, love your flying monkey in the game. I do too. I was like, hey, can I, David is one of these DMs who's basically his premise for anything you're doing in the game is basically like, yes, and how can I make it crazy, which is fantastic. So when I said, hey, can I have a winged monkey as a familiar? I mean, it's in the rules. It's all, and he was like, hell yes, you can. And I was like, awesome. So, yeah, no, that I think is a good thing. All right, so now we're going to start in on this. And this is a little mushy, but it's still working just nicely. So, yeah, this could maybe dry just a little bit more before I do too much. I hope so. I mean, every time you make something for somebody, you don't know what it's going to be like and so forth. I see Not Sarah saying, I'm done for the night, y'all. Good night, Runko. Good night, chat. Cheshire Grin, same sort of thing there. Thank you guys for joining me. Really appreciate it because, this is just kind of testing things out. I mean, I wanted to make sure that the internet connection would hold up in here. I got to figure out how to run the conduit because I bought conduit for this, and I don't know how to get my Ethernet cable through it. So I may have to figure out how to get that conduit straightened because it runs into trouble on the curves. So I think I'm going to have to try to figure that out. But yeah. When I did my first Dara knot, did I know what it was, or did I just like the pattern? I just like the pattern. I'm not sure I know what it is now, even. I just like the pattern. Lots of people want Celtic knot designs, and Celtic knot designs kind of feel like cheating because they're easy, and what is it? They're easy and kind of low-hanging fruit, if that makes sense. It's just like, oh yeah, I can just knock out a Celtic knot and everybody will like that. So if you don't know what else to put on something, putting a Celtic knot on something is sort of a safe bet. Yeah, if you've ever got a gap on a leatherwork piece, it's like, oh, throw on a Celtic knot. See, has anyone explained the Dara knot to me? No. So I don't really, not super familiar with it, I'm afraid. They're just kind of, that pattern I think I got off Envato Elements. So not sure if it was Envato Elements or if it was just a Google search, but either way. What I'd like to try to do is actually try to do some stuff with very similar designs that come from Norwegian culture, like Norse culture, because Norse culture has similar sort of knotwork, but like knotwork with dragon shapes, and that's something I would love to see. You have a couple of strong magnets. You could try taping a magnet to the end of the Ethernet cable and use another one to pull it through. Not a bad idea. I may have some strong magnets. I'll just have to track them down. I have fish tape somewhere. I don't know where my fish tape is. It's makes me sad that I don't know where my fish tape is, because fish tape would solve this problem real freaking fast. I'm gonna have to do a hunt for that. What is fish tape? Fish tape is semi-stiff metal tape that you can thread into places and then use it to pull out a, like to pull a wire through or something like that. It is a very useful tool for certain things. It is not tape made of fish, and it's not, yeah. So Victoria McWilliams, I'm ready to go to Tandy tomorrow and make my Christmas list. You've made me make some coasters. Nice. So that, what happened to the magic school student you shoved in your bag of holding? He got dumped out. He's probably okay. So it's a style for family. It represents the roots of a tree. In Gaelic Celtic myth, it ties you to your ancestors. It's a bit of a don't be a dick symbol because they're watching you. Oh, that's nice. I kind of like the iconography behind that. Well, it really depends on who your ancestors are, because like if you are in the Fiegel clan, then your ancestors are watching you and they're like, why haven't you stolen anything in the last 10 minutes? Vyvanse apparently has its patent expiring next year. That is cool. I wonder what new and improved Vyvanse will be replacing it on the market so that we don't get the benefits of patent expiry. I'm sorry, I am super cynical today. Dara comes from the word for oak tree, Dora, symbolizing strength from the deep roots. That is cool. I miss Lawyers and Dragons, but have enjoyed sleeping in on Saturdays. I had to negotiate for it to start at the time it did, because everyone else is on the East Coast, and I'm on Mountain Time. And so it's like, hey, we could start at 8 a.m. And I'm going, no, that would be 6 a.m. for my time, and I would have thoughts about that. So yeah, I would have thoughts. 6 a.m. is let's put it this way: if you wake Runkle up at 6 a.m., you get spicy Runkle, because what else am I going to do at 6 a.m.? So yeah. How's Hippo? I never got up to watch it. 7 a.m. in BC. Hopefully you caught it on the rewind there. Hogue is Central Time, but he likes early streams. Yeah, that man has a morning brain, unlike mine. You wake me up at that hour in the morning, and I can tell you, I'm just like, nope. So, yeah. Just big old helping of do not. And right now, for what it's worth, this leather is right where I want it to be in terms of moisture content. As with many other things, you want just the right level of, it's kind of a Goldilocks situation, because if it's too wet, then it's kind of mushy and your stamp doesn't come out clean and clear. And if it's too dry, then same kind of problem. So, Chad, I know what you're thinking. Don't think it. Yeah, wake me up at that time and you might get hurt. Absolutely. The other thing I'm going to let people know is right here is a big metal garage door wall. And that metal garage door wall has approximately zero insulation. I mean, it's like a sheet metal, basically. So I can feel like the waves of cold pour over me. This is not the warmest spot. I actually had to, so there's concrete floors here. I actually had to put like those sort of soft interlocking foam mats down just so that I wouldn't freeze my feet. Because otherwise, if I don't have that insulation between me and the concrete, my feet freeze. And then that would be bad. Because I don't want to lose a toe. I like my toes. So, and see, he came on straight from the hospital. You are correct. There was the one day when I was in the hospital, and as soon as they discharged me, I zipped home and logged in. And they were like, oh, yes, we will figure out how to get you in here. So, yeah. What is the weather like here? It is freezing. It is like 25 below. You can get more insulation doors. Yes. Unfortunately, there are two problems. One, this garage has settled and no longer is even. The other thing is that at some point we want to knock this garage down and rebuild it. And so there's not a whole lot of point replacing the doors on a garage that you plan to replace the whole thing on. What I would like to do with this garage is replace it with a carriage house. So the carriage house, would be a, I see you can get a large insulated sliding door curtain and hang it in front of the door, easy to slide across or store. I like that notion. I'm going to have to look that up. So, will I be painting or varnishing the coasters? I will be coating them in Pro Resist. So they're going to get painted and then they're going to get varnished. Or, so, yeah. Almost done. I'm at the point where I'm like, I am ready to be done with this part of the project. And that's the point where things get dangerous. Because if you get rushy, you can screw things up. So I'm trying to restrain my brain and that thought. Because therein lies danger. And I mean, I don't want to have to redo this coaster. It would suck. I also have an entire other pair of them that I'm going to have to do tomorrow. These are a tomorrow project, not a today project. So, yeah, I can just sit there. Carriage house would be nice. Maybe a cozy wood burner in the meantime. I have one in my outbuilding, and it's lovely in the winter. We got a natural gas furnace in here, and it does a good job. If that furnace ever fails, I'm going to lose a whole pile of leatherworking chemicals. Probably like $500 worth of leatherworking dyes and crap. Easy. Stuff isn't cheap. And yeah, if it freezes, it's just wrecked. Because Edmonton gets cold, they make sure to warn you about that when you buy it here. They're like, if this freezes, it will be ruined. Keep inside. So, got my U, got my L. Insulation pad squares to fit a door. That is a useful thought as well. I got to figure out all sorts of ideas. Because yeah, I'm unfortunately heating all of outdoors here, and it's kind of a waste. I'm actually tempted to hire one of those spray foam companies to just come in and foam the entire door, and just like, so. Do the puppers like the cold? The puppies do. Zora less than Potter. Potter is like a big old furry monster, and so he just like cold does not bother him, and he likes running in the snow. He thinks that is the best thing ever. And Zora likes playing in the snow, but she gets cold. So Zora sort of, she'll go out, she'll run, and then she'll be like, it's in time. And then she spends about 10 minutes getting warm, and then she's like, I want to go back out and run. It's like, oh, pup. Earlier I came out and, Zora was like rolling in the snow. As your builder friend, back away from the foam, please. Why? I'm just thinking, like, just coat the wall. Or just coat the garage doors. We don't actually open the garage doors at all. I don't think they've been opened in like 4 years. So I just kind of want to insulate the heck out of it so that it's less freezing in here. But I'm interested to know why you say no foam insulation there. Or let's see, finding a doctor in BC next to impossible right now, let alone one that has special need knowledge and alternative ADHD treatments. I would have had a recommendation, but he died. So. So many better non-carcinogenic ways to insulate. That's a good thought. Consider a temperature alarm in the garage. Earlier heads up before it's all wrecked. I mean, the thing is, if I sent a temperature alarm here, the only thing that would cause it to go below freezing is if the furnace failed. And if the furnace failed, then I don't know what I'd do. Like, I don't have a way to warm this place up without the furnace. So, I mean, I guess I could come in here and start a fire. I feel like that might be ill-advised. Can't you keep the dyes in a toolbox and store them in the house? I could, but then I have to cart them back and forth all the time. And I have to find a place in the house to store them. And my house is small. It's very small. One of the goals is to knock down the house and build a new one. And if I do that, I'm going to build a bigger one. Not huge, but bigger. Truffle Hound, I will build you a carriage house and insulate the Jesus out of it. Just stay away from the phone. You are too far away to keep that promise. You are in the land of like poisonous jellyfish and murder kangaroos, and you can't keep that promise because you're not about to fly out here and start building a garage. So I would love you to attach a GoPro on your lovely dogs so we might get sneak peeks at their energy delight. I have a GoPro harness for the dogs. Zora chewed it off of Potter. So Potter was wearing the harness. Zora decided that the harness was annoying Potter and chewed it off. So I got to repair it. So yeah, that's kind of a thing. Yeah, the big fancy GoPro harness, and Zora just nibbled through the straps in about 0 seconds. Whew. Yeah. Potter didn't like it and asked Zora for help. Potter didn't mind it, but he was not super thrilled. He was like, really? This is what we're doing? Really? But yeah. I think Zora just thought it was a fun thing to grab onto and yank. So House Hippo says, I really need to go to bed, but I don't want to. Go to bed. We've been at this for 4 hours. So Trufflehound says, having watched me, you pick up foam, I will book a plane ticket. I mean, is this supposed to encourage me to pick up spray foam? Because, I mean, I could use a new garage. Yeah, the ideal is basically for the carriage house to have ideally 3 car bays and one and a sort of a residence space above it. And then that way, like, you know, if Rob comes out, I'd have a place to put Rob and be like, hey, you can stay in the carriage house, and it would be lovely. So, yeah. House Hippo, thanks, Ian, for streaming this stuff. Please stream more of this. I will have to do a stream, hopefully where I've got a better camera set up, where I do the actual painting and dyeing and all of that stuff so that everybody can see that part of the process. Because, yeah, I think this is a fun little set of projects here, and yeah, this needs to dry a little bit more. And these I'm going to have to sort of put under something so that they don't dry out too much, but don't, yeah. Short answer is yes, every country has building standards. You just tailor engineering to suit the standard. Yep, that is, I mean, the engineering standards here are basically everything needs to be able to survive the cold because it gets super freaking cold. But yeah, I've got all sorts of sort of ideal things I want in a design. And so I'm probably going to need to hire an architect and so forth and get that going. Because, yeah, no, I want that. I want the, ideally, sort of a wall between the third car bay and the other spaces with a door. I want a sort of bathroom. Yeah. See, we need a Rob and Ian adventure stream not related to Johnny Depp. That would be awesome. So, yeah. Putting Rob up in the room right above the garage, aka your shop. Do you want either of you to sleep at all while he visits? I mean, I wouldn't be doing leatherwork while he's trying to sleep. So, do you have heavy glasses you can fill with water to use as a press for the coasters? I've got something better. Literal weights. Yeah, I've got a push-up bar there, and I just pull weights over and use those. So, yeah, those work way better than glasses of water. Rob would be up working on stuff with you. Yes, and then we could video it, and that would be awesome. It's like, oh, why are you guys still streaming at 3 a.m.? Project not done yet. I mean, I may have been there a few times in my life where, yeah. All right, that is... No, still too mushy. Depending on what you're doing, could get an architect or a designer. I don't remember what the licensing rules are in Alberta, but many trained architects don't license. That's a good thought. Until he comes downstairs because projects, and you start talking and doing projects and no sleep. I mean, you're not wrong. It's just, dang it. We always need a little more R&R, so Robin Runkle, yep. Yeah. And definitely get someone who has experience in deep energy retrofits, lots of low-hanging fruit if you're doing reno. What I'd be doing is probably, like I said, would probably be to just knock this place down entirely, and from there build a better place, like build a brand new sort of setup entirely. This carriage house with with garage and workspace, and I feel like that would be ideal. So that's kind of my my goal for that. I've got to I got to come up with sort of some design elements, but I also want a bathroom in here, and there's two reasons why I want a bathroom in here. One is, bathroom, but the other is just a lot of, like, leather work, you use water, and other projects you use water. So I really want to, I really kind of want to have access to a tap, and probably also like a hose bib attachment in here, so that I've got, so that I have the ability to, if I want to hose something down, I'd have that ability. So that is my, that's part of the dream. I mean, you got all these dreams and goals and whatever else, and that's one of them. Just eventually kind of hoping that I can, I mean, the bigger dream, and this is the one I'm still working on, is I'm hoping to be able to just be a YouTuber who does law pro bono entirely because, just because somebody has to. That's my big goal. Is I just want to be the guy who can represent poor people for no money. I know that's weird, but that's my big dream, is to do a lot of work for no money. Yeah, I'm just would love it if you'd share the process when you get around to it. I studied sustainable construction in college and currently working on an architecture degree. I will try to share sort of as much as I can, because that could be cool. Dog discussion. So I haven't been able to get this cord, which is the cord that all of this is running on, into conduit yet. And that conduit is what I'm hoping will make this whole thing inedible to dogs, because Zora ate the last cable that I got. And also, when the ground melts again, I'm going to try to basically try to bury that cable, so that then it's like just a cable there and so forth. But that's a ways out. Totally going to check out the feasibility of hydronic heating in Alberta. Essentially superheated water tubes through using solar power that reticulate through the concrete slab. Zero bills. I bet that doesn't work at all, because it's super freezing. Pups got to it. Yes, this is the second of these cables that I bought. The first one, Zora chewed right through. Like, just I was actually sitting out here. You know, I don't know if I was doing leather work or what I was doing, but I was on the computer and my connection dropped. And I was like, why did my connection drop? Like, what's going on? And it's just like, sorry, we got no connection. We got nothing. And like, sorry. So I'm going and I'm thinking, like, what the hell happened? And I walk out and I see the cable is dangling and broken. I'm going, really? So how many hours of sunlight do you get in winter, Runkle? Lots of, well, not that many hours of sunlight, but also it's snow covers on everything. So do you keep your sink and garden hose on during winter to keep water pipes from freezing? We actually have to drain everything, which reminds me, I'm not sure if I drained the exterior hose bib. I better do that. Crap. That's going to be a problem if I don't get on that. I don't even know how I'd drain the exterior hose bib at this point, given that it's like frozen solid. So that might already have split. We'll have to see. But I will see what I can do. But yeah, we don't have to keep them on, but I mean, all of that is insulated and so forth. But yeah, I got to see if those are you can get frost-free bibs, can't you, Ian? Yes, I just don't know if it's sufficient. Have you tried bitter apple spray for the doggos? It doesn't work all that well when you're running the cable outside because the rain washes it off. So yeah, she's chewing through a GoPro harness. An Ethernet cable is enough. She has like razor-sharp shears for teeth. It is ridiculous. So at one point I had her in like this rope leash, and she turned and just bit and almost all the way through the rope leash. And I was like, whoa, dog. Does either of your dogs eat chili? Mine like the hot Doritos. Zora eats chili. So she is my dog. That is definitive. But yeah, at one point I had some very spicy stuff that Zora was trying to get, and I figured, well, this will be a self-teaching lesson. She'll get a hold of it, and then she just won't want to anymore. Boy, was I wrong. And I should note that a lot of the stuff that I consider spicy will discourage it'll discourage like my wife from eating it because my tastes for spicy are hot. So I love all doggos, so please give them extra pets and / or treats tomorrow. I will try. Didn't that happen right before one of your streams? I think it did. I remember you shaking your head over Zora and the spice. Yeah, definitely my dog. I don't know what she doesn't eat, but she is a menace at times. But we love her. She's a good pup. Most nights when I go to bed, she is she's on my side of the bed when I get into bed, and so she's like, ugh, I gotta move when I get in, and then she sort of slides out of the way, lets me get into the bed, and then she moves back over and rolls her head on top of me, and she's like, you can be a warm pillow. And it is the cutest thing ever. And yeah, I kind of love it. It's like, it is kind of the best thing. So, although interestingly, as much as Zora I really like, Zora just also Zora likes Christy a lot better than me. Zora likes the wife so much more than she likes me. So, if my wife gets up before I do, the dog gets up with her. I can actually tell if I'm up late doing something, and I'm often up late doing something, I can tell when my wife if she's getting up to use the bathroom or something, because the dog will come with her. Meanwhile, if I get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, dog's like, best of luck, don't die. So there's a clear priority thing there. And the thing is I'd feel slighted, but it's like, I get it, dog. I get it. She's awesome. So I see maybe the canned fish will be their breaking point. Maybe. We will have to see on that one. So I have my doubts. I think Zara would just roll her way through a can of surströmming with no problems. So your wife doesn't carry 5 knives. She needs protection. That is fair. I mean, I've got knives handy. I mean, in here, I've got a whole bunch of knives, but they're, mostly. I mean, this is a Havilon knife. Don't know why it's in here, but it's more of a hunting thing. I've got rotary cutter. Doesn't look like much, but these things are razor sharp and really scary if you misuse them. They're a great way to lose a fingertip if you go the wrong way. Will we ever get to meet Mrs. Runkle? Probably not. She's not super... I mean, she's welcome to come on a stream, but she's not super keen on it. Not sure if you shared before, but what keeps Mrs. Runkle busy most days? She watches a lot of good shows. She reads. She does stuff on the computer. She's got like 4 things she volunteers for. So she's often busy like doing good work out in the community. She has a book club. She's got all sorts of things. So we are, and she works. So we got sort of busy sort of human things. Solar power, not thermal power. Hydronics are used in Japan. Up in Furano to heat the roads and stop them from icing up. And research your building standards. I've never heard of hydronics out here, but yeah, we'll. I'll have to check that out because. See, I feel like we can see it better on camera this time than the first time you're doing this part. That's weird. I don't know why. I mean, I feel like this camera is not... This camera is not impressing me. We'll go with that. I just got to see if there's a way for me to configure it to, like... Have I just got this thing set to suck somehow? Like, is that my... Is that my issue on this? Sharpness? If I turn up the sharpness, is that better? Yeah, I don't know what... I don't know how to make this thing less bad. So... when I go into configure video, It's got a sharpness setting. I don't know if that helps, but it doesn't have a doesn't really have a zoom or anything like that. So I think this is as good as it gets, folks. So, yep. I see this is the best it's been so far tonight. Awesome. Just trying to make it visible. I think ultimately I'm going to have to use a different camera, but that'll be a matter of going to get one. That'll probably be another stop at Memory Express, and they're going to be like, really? Didn't we just see you like 20 minutes ago? You're like, no, everything's fine with the laptop. Just now I need to get a camera that sucks less for my garage. It's not trying to split focus because this camera can't focus. That's kind of my. That's kind of the problem we got here, is that it just, this camera has a fixed focus, so it's not a great camera. This was the first camera I got that wasn't my cell phone. And I actually think it was a downgrade from my cell phone. I will say the cell phone is, yeah, not the best. Now you can see how it's got this curve developing. Yeah. And see, if you happen to still have an old cell phone, you can use that as a camera. They're all bricked. The one on me looks like it's trying to focus behind the green screen. It might be. Let me just see if I can. The one on me doesn't actually have a focus. It's got zoom, but so the laptop camera doesn't have a focus either. So I may have to get a couple of webcams here. I feel like I'm going to end up owning like 40 freaking webcams. That said, it's actually the webcam that's picking up the audio, and it's not doing bad for the audio from what I hear. People are saying the audio is good, so. Running out of cider here. Yeah, and that's exactly it. The light behind me is too bright. Let me see if I can tinker that. 1 second. I don't think it helped. That's still the same cam. It is. I should get some P music. I know that sounds weird. So, B. Davis, gotta get to bed. Have a good night, guys. Yep, I think I'm gonna be probably. I see people saying might be worse. How could it be worse? Dang it. I wonder if I get my cell. How's this? Is this better? People are saying the light is brighter. It's worse. It isn't brighter. That's the weird thing. The light is dimmer. I actually turned the light off. But now you can at least see my face. This is pretty miserable to use for long term because this is my cell phone light. I've actually got the cell phone flashlight on my face right now. But what this tells me is that if I get some big giant floodlights in here, or like, a big giant ring light, I can totally make this work a little better. So that's what I will do. I guess one of my next stops is going to be buying a great big powerful ring light. I always feel like such a wanker when I go in to buy streaming stuff and so forth, because if I like when you go in, you're like, I need a ring light. They're like, and they just kind of assume you're instantly a jerk. So I don't want to be. That's always a concern. There's sort of this influencer reputation, and it's annoying because I'm not trying to be like, hey, I'm an influencer, you should give me free stuff. But it's like all these businesses, if they think you are remotely influencer adjacent, start being jackasses. So I see I should make an Amazon wish list and let us help. Maybe. I don't know. Or tell us a scary story while you pound away. Underlit pale person. See, the thing is that hurts because you're right. It's because you're correct. I don't know. Maybe I'll set up an Amazon wish list. I get people I've had a few people ask, but that feels kind of weird. I don't know. I think Emily's got one, so that assuages me a little bit. I think some of the things I might put on there might horrify my wife. Like, hey, what is it? Buy me more pickle juice. I see. Don't worry about what they think and drop your channel name as you're walking out. The funny thing is that I got my laptop from Memory Express, and when I was in there, one of the guys recognized me, and he's like, hey, this is Runkle of the Bailey. And the other guy was like, who dat? And he's like, no, I'll send you a link. This guy's great. And I'm like, okay, cool. So, yeah. I see Popcorn Planet did it to set up his studio, so don't feel bad about the idea of a wish list. No, that's fair. I will try. I mean, I guess I'm probably just gonna. I mean, some of this stuff I just want to get, right? As opposed to like putting up a wish list and being like, "Please, sir, will someone buy me a ring light?" I mean, it just makes sense to just get the stuff in here and do stuff. I mean, if I was going to set up a wish list, I'd probably put up, a wish list of stuff that's like nice to have and not just like, yeah. And I see, don't forget to write off the items for tax season. Yes, that is very important because, yeah. I'm thinking about setting up a dark chocolate and peanut butter wish list. You should, because I just realized that I can't really send you leather work because you're vegan. So that wouldn't work. And I feel like it'd be a dick move to send you leather work, you know, and be like, hey, yeah, so I need to figure out a backup plan. And I feel like dark chocolate and so forth would be not a bad way to go. I also don't know where to buy a gnome. So, yeah. So here what I'm doing is I'm trying to smooth this out a little bit. That's kind of a misstamp, but oh well. Don't I have a pen lathe? It could be a Scott gift. I have a lathe. I have made pens on it. It is not a pen lathe. And I want to get a better lathe because the lathe I've got is designed for turning furniture spindles. And it works. It turns furniture spindles just fine. But for stuff like bowls or pens, it is not what I want. So, yeah. Does Scott have a good fountain pen? I don't know if Scott likes fountain pens. So, and I see it's the holidays, go to a store, the gnomes are everywhere. I feel like he deserves a good quality gnome. Like a top shelf gnome. I don't know where to get that. I feel like the holiday gnomes tend to be lower tier gnomes. And Scott is a classy guy. I feel like, yeah. Hey, Scott Cardinal, you know I can hear you all talking about me, right? Yes, I know you're here, dude. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm saying I feel like you deserve a classy gnome because you're a classy guy. The gnomes in store right now are all like cheap plastic and yeah. And Nicholas, I'm guessing you're at work now. So when I'm doing these sort of area things, I'm kind of slowly turning the tool as I go because I don't want it to just leave like a repeated pattern. You want to kind of stamp it repeatedly in different directions that you don't get the same kind of... otherwise it just looks weird. And Nicole is on it. She is hunting down the best quality garden gnomes. I feel like Scott's going to end up with like this super creepy house that's just like 600 gnomes. How do you not end up with a cramp in your fingers? I'm actually kind of getting a cramp in my fingers. So part of it is that you don't hold the tool super tight, but you do sort of get a cramp eventually. It just kind of is the way it is. I'm also getting a bit of a... so... We need to find Beatles gnomes for Scott. That would make a Scott very happy, I suspect. Sorry to jinx you. It was happening before he said it. So, 2 a.m. Time for me to turn on my sleep sounds, aka Trials of the Century, and let you boys soothe me to sleep while listening to interesting historical trials. Good night, Ian and chat. Tune in Wednesday. We are covering Burke and Hare, which is a fascinating, fascinating historical trial. There are mysteries about the Burke and Hare trial that have still not been solved to this very day. And we can talk about that because, mysteries are always good. So, whew, getting a little tired, or at least. Got to go to bed, 12 a.m. Thanks for the stream. Love this project, and chatting was so much fun. I am hoping that I will be able to sort of show you guys the rest of the process here. I think the next one of these I do will be I'm going to finish up these ones, and that'll probably be off stream for most of it. And then I will run another stream where I do the dyeing and the painting, and just to show that off, because I feel like that's kind of an important next step, and people can sort of, that's kind of where some of this comes to life. So have I set up the link for Trials of the Century yet? I can't find, I need to do it. I will do that when I get back in the house. Hydronics is a thing in Alberta. All right. That I didn't know. I will have to check that out, because that would be cool. I don't even know what hydronics is, really. For the main house, when we build that, I want to, what do you call it? I want to do concrete construction. And lots of insulation that way. Tons of insulation. And I see Kristen M96, my friend's husband is taking guitar lessons, so I shared the robots with them. Now I have to make a rock and roll robot. Not sure how, but I have ideas. That is awesome. Ian, just let Trufflehound present you with all the research and codes. That would be fantastic. My husband wants to do concrete as well. I want to cry when he talks about it because of the cash. It's not too much more expensive than like wood construction, from what I understand. And hopefully you make that back over time in terms of heating costs and so forth. But you definitely need concrete with insulation inside it, because Alberta gets cold. But I mean, concrete construction has a lot to recommend. If you build it well, that house will be there until the end of time. Trufflehound seems so pumped about this. Just let the ADHD hyperfocus do its thing. And I see concrete is the way to go. Lasts longer, better thermal properties, stronger in compression. Yep. I mean, a concrete house is just basically, at that point, it's basically bulletproof. You guys are reading my construction excited brain in real time. Straw bale has tremendous advantages. Straw bale means you have to have walls that are like 6 foot thick. And I mean, it would be nice to have the land for that. If I had the land for that, I might do something like cob housing. But yeah. Okay, I found it. The original makers of the first German garden gnomes. They still make them from the original molds. Send me a link. Send me a link on Twitter. See, look at how much we've gotten done tonight. Yes, I mean, we got this one done. We got these two cut and sort of soaking. This one I will probably finish tonight, although I may not finish it on the stream because I may take a break and do some other stuff and just sort of. But yeah, no, we're doing pretty good. And then once that's done, the other two I will finish possibly tomorrow off stream, and then yeah, everything's fantastic. Then at that point, I will set up a stream for me to dye and paint. That's its own fun process there. Compact Silence has just joined. What are we making? We are making uncivil law coasters. So those are going to be a gift for him later down the road. And so, but we're also just kind of wrapping up here, I think. I keep telling Kurt not to watch for now. I definitely don't want to see the magic happen without ruining the surprise. I mean, I told him not to watch. If he watches, then that's on him. That's his choice to look in the Christmas toy bag. I'm not going to do something jerkish like if he watches it, I will not give him the thing or anything like that. It's just yeah. So. All right. I am going to, I think at this point, sort of finish this off. Turn off my floor heater. I got a little floor heater by my feet because otherwise they will freeze. Turn off my webcam here, or my web light. And yeah, I will just I think that this is a good place to sort of wrap up for a bit here. See, Kristen M96, I really respected the way he covered for you so you could do Lawyers and Dragons during the 24-hour stream. Kurt is one of those guys who, he'll go to the mat for you. He's a really good guy. So, he was fantastic. So Delirium, thank you for letting us watch Runkle. It has been great. Trufflehound is saying, if you had hydronics, you wouldn't need a floor heater. I'm just saying, I'm guessing that's what you meant, is wouldn't need a floor heater. Yeah, but I'd have to rebuild this place to get the hydronics. So that might happen, but yeah. So, yeah, that's about it. Thank you all for joining me. At some point, I'm going to have an outro video for this. I have an intro for this, but it's not actually set up on StreamYard, believe it or not. So I would have done the little brief, and it's not actually on my laptop. So I would have done that brief sort of roll of law video there, but don't have it. So good night, everybody. Thank you for joining me, and I know what to fix for next time. All right, see you guys.